drumroll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Brilliant! Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Good morning, welcome along to Tuesday here at the MODUS Super Series. It's the second day of the first Group A of Series 10. And it's the American ace Adam Zavada with some scintillating darts that is top of the table. He won all 5 games on Monday and he's looking to keep up that impressive and seemingly imperious form on day number 2 of proceedings. Well, we've got a great darter at the top of the table. We've got a great darter here in the studio with me. The former world youth champion Keegan Brown is going to be in the commentary box throughout the course of the day. Keegan, first of all, how are you? Since the last time we saw you, obviously Q School came and went. Didn't quite work out for you. How would you assess on it?
Yeah, it didn't go to plan. You know, the thing with darts, there's really no time to dwell on it. You know, dust yourself off and get back on the hockey. So 2025, is a bit different for me, not having a PDC tour card, but there's a lot more opportunities now.
Get to see a lot more of you here, though. That's the good thing. Well, yesterday we saw plenty of scintillating action, some big averages, some big finishes. It was big, it was large to kick off Series 10, and this is the best of the action. Tiptoeing towards the finishing line in this leg. And he should, providing he stays straight, get a dart at the bullseye. Well, that's a pinch. And that's a punch for Adam Zavada.
14, as we call it. Leaves himself 60, so pressure applied here. This ton of Tweddle, but you wouldn't have thought it the way that he finished it. He's got a bit of shoulder in one of those darts sometimes and pushes it over to the 1.
Shovel 16, leaves himself double 12 for the 1-2-9. Superb from Sada. What a performance it's been. And what a player Adam Zavada is. An average of 110.34.
Gary required 96.
Time in his hands. Double. Oh, delightful. What a way to end the day for Gary Stone. Well, this would be some way to finish it for 4-visit leg. Double 16. 2 8s. Adam Zavada is in a darting Nevada. A cracking first day's worth of darts here at the Live Lounge, and it is Adam Zavada who is top of the table. 10 points, 5 wins to his name. Jack Tweddle actually won his first ball. He took on Zavada in a winner-takes-all game at the last. He is on 8 points and seemingly the closest challenger to the American. Scott Taylor didn't quite find anywhere near his best, of the truth be told, on day 1, but he still managed to pick up 6 points. Whereas Gary Stone must be wondering how he only won 2 games over the course of Monday's play. But there's only one place really to start, Keegan, and that is with Adam Zavada, who has a bit of a reputation, played well at MSG, won a couple of CDC Pro Tour titles. So there was an expectation on him going into yesterday's action. But even by his high standards, he went in excess of that, didn't he?
Yeah, definitely. He let's be honest, he blitzed the pack, didn't he? No, he set the standard really high throughout the day, and you know, highest average of 110. You have to remember, this is the first time he's played it, the first day, and he's done that. All credit to him.
Well, those are stats from that game against Gary Stone. 110.34, 4 from 5 on his doubles. That was the highlight, but it was a day all along that was absolutely scintillating. Played 5, won 5. But I think the thing that stands out, the running average of 98.72, the checkout percentage of 42%. Regardless of who you are, regardless of the building that you're in, if you play to those numbers on a consistent enough basis, you'll win at any level.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, it just proves that a running average of 98. Full credit to him. And to be fair, he's applied himself brilliant in Portsmouth. So, yeah, I think he'd be... who's to say he ain't going to have a running average of 101 today?
Well, we know how much everyone loves a worm, and we've got one here on your screen now. This is his doubling progression over the course of the day. He missed a hatful in his opening win against Scott Taylor, but incrementally improved as the day went along. And if he continues to improve, then everybody else is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, definitely. To have a running average of 98 throughout the day and to only have 19% of your checkouts in the first match, that shows you how well he's bounced back.
Jack Tweddle provided the closest opposition of anybody on the first day. Maybe didn't hit the heights of Adam Savada, but he had a consistency where if there is a slip for the American, he could pounce.
Yeah, definitely. The thing with Jack, he's put himself, he's only lost one game, and that was to Adam, who played phenomenal. It's a new day, and, I think Jack would be, looking for the challenge to, set the story straight.
I feel like we say this a lot when we talk about Gary Stone, a player of immense ability, a player that can hit real heights, but it feels like a player that a lot of people raise their game against. And you look at his running average for yesterday, the best part of 92, the 110 was hit against him, another big average was hit against him. It looked like he didn't get any rub of the green.
No, definitely not. And, sometimes at darts, you do need that one little rub of the green. Otherwise, you're always playing an uphill battle, aren't you?
Well, let's have a look at the outrights and see what the bookmakers think about today's proceedings. There's no surprises that Adam Savada is a hefty favourite.
No, definitely not. To be, favourite of the pack, it's not surprising. Obviously Jack's second at 4-1, and then, you're looking at the lower end of the pack. But obviously you look at Scott and you look at Gary, both previous tour card holders, and they're middle range at the moment. So that they'd be looking forward to setting a point.
18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Our first game sees the former champion Scott Taylor in action. It was around about this time last year when he won Series 6. His first assignment of the day is Bradley Roes. And for Scott, it's a hope for an improvement upon his day one performances. Scott, slow start to yesterday's play, but it felt like something was just beginning to click towards the end.
I'm struggling for a couple of weeks now, so I'm hoping it clicks pretty soon because I'll be in trouble in this group if not.
6 points after day one. When you consider the start you made, are you happy with that return?
The points, yeah, the performances, not so much. I had one alright game against Gary, but the rest were pretty rubbish to be fair.
How do you try and work on that?
It's got to take one game as it comes. It's one dart at a time and see how they go, really.
You sound very adept to this format, and you've won weeks in different ways. You've won it by dominating groups. You've also won it by sometimes not playing at your best and finding ways to win. Does it feel like this week's going to be a case of the latter if you're going to be successful?
Well, it's looking that way, but hopefully at back end of the week I can start finding my real form.
How important do you think a good start to today is?
It's always important. It's a lot easier if you start off well than trying to find something towards the back end, but just got to see how it goes.
Well, definitely. We wish you all the very best. Scott, good luck.
Cheers, Will.
Scott Taylor not giving a lot away ahead of his match against Bradley Roes to kick off Tuesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It was an underwhelming performance from the Dutchman in what was the final game of yesterday. Scott Taylor winning 4-1 despite an average of 79. But the 20-year-old from The Hague in the Netherlands is looking for improved fortunes on day two of this particular Group A. And he takes on a man who has won the biggest trophy that can be attained in this building. Scott Taylor, the Series 6 champion, picked up that title by beating Tom Sykes in the final around about this time last year. Jack Garwood in charge of all of the action over the course of the day.
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
It's going to be Bradley Roes to throw the first start of Tuesday's session. And I'm happy to say that we're going to be watching it all in the company of Keegan Brown. Hi, Keegs.
Morning, Henners. This should be a good game of darts for everyone.
97.
Feels like a match where, for both players, getting off to a good start feels key when you consider the fortunes they had yesterday, particularly for Bradley, only 2 points. But if Scott wins this game, he moves on to 8 points. He may feel like he's just in with an outside chance of winning the group if he can have a good day today.
96.
I think for both players, what's needed is a good first win. So I think it wouldn't surprise me if both of these, it wouldn't surprise me if it was a 4-3 victory for either way. Because, there's so much pressure put on darts for results and statistics. And, I think after yesterday's performances, I think both players would be thinking, come on,
58.
It's time to do some damage today.
Scott's not usually one that's overawed by stats or accolades or things like that. It's just a burning love and desire for the sport that keeps him going. Even when he won the trophy here, he wasn't there for the big show at the end of the day. He was
97.
more than happy just to lift the trophy and then head off into the sunset that particular night.
It's only obviously
59. Bradley, you require
only a couple of years ago
153.
since obviously Scott. I think Scott lost to Gary Anderson, one of the Players Championship finals up in Wigan. So it shows you, Scott's got a lot of experience, and it just shows here when he's played so well at the MODUS throughout all the various
Scott, you
series.
require 148.
The first one's in, looking to stay in at the 16 it is, so it's double 14 for the first leg.
120.
Whisker
Bradley,
away.
you require 56.
So Bradley now looking at double 16.
24. Scott, you require 28.
Well, both players have had a dart at double on the back of combinations to win the opening leg. So you're now looking at double 7.
14.
4 opportunities to break
Bradley,
the throw
you
of Bradley in the
require
opening leg
32.
have come to pass.
Yeah, a bit of a nervy start for both players on the doubles this morning.
Game shot on the first leg. Bradley Roes.
So it was a 19 dart holder throw there.
Second leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
How will Scott respond? And he's going away the best fashion possible.
125.
Was 4-3 in the first game yesterday, although he did take on Adam Savada in that
60.
particular contest. Actually kicked off the series with a 1-2-4 checkout. That turned out to be his highest checkout of the day yesterday.
140.
Now, usually we associate Scott Taylor as a player that has real big scoring power, one of the biggest scorers that we have here at the Super Series, but it was his proficiency on the doubles which gave him so much success yesterday.
57.
45%, 16 hits from 35 attempts at the double. It was the best doubles percentage of any player in the group.
96.
And despite missing 4 darts at a double in this opening
41.
leg,
Scott, you
the
require
scoring is seemingly back to a
140.
level akin to what we're used to. Missed a dart on the back of a 148 combination in the previous leg. He's not going to get a dart on the back of the
82.
140, but because of the sizable lead he's got on throw, we'll come back for a couple more at tops and, well, seemingly lows more than that at tops as well if he so likes to square this game up at one
Scott, you
apiece.
require 58.
So double top. He does
Game
so.
shot on the second leg. Scott Taylor.
14 darter holder throw for there, Scott. And it brings the scoreline to 1-1.
Third leg. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
You mentioned this as a game for players to win regardless of the circumstances. It feels like Scott maybe would have a bit more of an ability
96.
just to grind a result out if that's how he's going to have to get the 2 points.
Yeah, definitely. I think, ironically,
140.
he uses James Wade's starts, I've just noticed. So I think he needs to do a Wadey and he needs to grind the results out today.
But you can argue he did that yesterday because he
96.
played nowhere near what we've come to expect of him. I mean, he averaged 85 for the day, which isn't too bad, but we've put such a big tag on him because of what he's done in this building and
70.
other arenas in the past that feels almost like a B game performance, but he was still able to get 6 points, whereas by comparison, Gary Stone had an average in excess of 90 for the day and could
59.
only win 2 games.
You know, that is the beauty of darts, isn't it?
100.
You know, it's like we alluded to earlier in the game where, Scott's probably more of an old-fashioned dart player where he's not bothered about statistics, he's not bothered about percentage, he just wants to go up there and
58.
throw darts.
Gets up, gets on with it, and getting along with his task very well in this
50.
opening match of the day. Disappointment with the last dart. He's left himself on 141.
What pressure can Roes put him under?
84. Scott, you require 141.
So Scott's got first poke. This is looking at 81, down the bottom of the board. So it's double 12, 1-4-1.
Game shot on the third leg. Scott
Immaculate
Taylor.
from Scott Taylor. Appreciated by Bradley Roes. And it looks like the man
Fourth
from
leg.
Bolton
It's Scott to throw
is
first.
a different kind of animal
Game on.
today. It was lackluster at times on Monday, but he's got a bee on his bonnet here, and he is making real headroom against the young Dutchman.
25.
You know, from a dart player's point of view, there's nothing worse when you've taken a good high checkout and then you start the leg off with a low, a below average score, as we say.
57.
Bradley there couldn't really capitalise on Scott's first throw.
55. $96. 93. 60.
Well, Bradley seemingly has changed the stem and flight combination today. We were mentioning yesterday how he looks like he's got new darts out of the
58.
packet. Definitely different to the type of setup we've seen from the young Dutchman before.
60.
That's Scott's setup. Nothing really changes about that.
95.
But let's have a look at Bradley's darts. It looks different to what he's used in the past. The grip of his throw comes
98.
from the back, and maybe working with a new manufacturer, that little hold in the middle means that it makes life easier for him to grip at the back point. But I suppose you know that
97.
adjusting to new darts
Bradley
can sometimes
require
take a little bit of time.
130.
Yeah, definitely. Even with my darts, I've always stayed with a very similar dart. But even just to wear the grip in, it takes me a
45.
good,
Scotty requires
maybe a
78.
week just to get used to the new grip on the darts and whatnot. But yeah, it looks like Bradley's obviously using a new packet, new set today. And he
Game
does.
shot on the fourth leg. Scott Taylor.
The way things are going, he might want to throw him in the bin because he's 3-1 behind here to Scott Taylor.
Fifth leg. It's
who
Bradley to throw
is
first.
just proficiently going about his
Game on.
business, average just under 88, but he's completely outscoring his opponent. 4-2
81.
treble visits. Bradley's yet to get one in this particular match.
As it stands, we're looking at the score 9 being 3-1,
67.
and Scott would be off the stage of that double 14 winning for the 148 in the first leg.
Bradley using
100.
a Peter Wright set. Which Peter Wright set, I don't know, but
96.
could be anything with Peter.
60.
Still find it staggering how he can tinker so much of his equipment, yet get so much success. And there are some players that can
58.
go a little bit against the grain, but actually by doing so, it harbours them success.
It's weird to see so many, especially the younger dart players now,
100.
where they can literally just open a new packet up every day and throw. And yeah, I'm still a bit old-fashioned. I am with that, where
108. Bradley required 160.
Scott there hitting the first 180 of the match.
96. Scott, you require 100.
So 80 for the match.
60. Bradley requires 64.
Well, for Bradley Roes, this is a stay of execution. He's going to get one dart at double top to keep the game
24.
going, but a failure to find
you
it means that
require
Taylor
40.
comes back for that very target to claim the 2 points. Now double 10. Double 5. He's been chasing around doubles at
30.
points, and he's chasing around still.
Bradley, you require 40. Game shot on the 5th leg, Bradley Roes.
Bradley still in this match. So Scott now has missed opportunity there in that last leg, missing the doubles.
6th leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Scott hoping to put that behind him.
46. $81.
That could be just a little bit of a tell there for Bradley, because that first dart was perfect for him, but he was unable to follow up or find anything close to within the lie of dart 1.
There's nothing worse when you obviously played any
96.
type of darts, when you get a perfect first dart and you just can't capitalise on it, and you know it was a missed opportunity.
85.
There'll be a little bit of frustration there from Taylor.
$60.
Lucky then not to find the treble. Very well played, thrown darts.
100.
So Bradley now needs to put some pressure on. Just one treble required, and he does so. So another one would be handy.
100.
But he would take the ton.
Scott, you require 170.
So are we going to see a big fish? Not at the moment.
76. Bradley, you require 164.
Taylor here ought to be careful. Yes, he's let himself on 94, but this is a game that he is in control of, and if he's not careful, he could let this slip and let it slip badly.
44.
But he is going to come back.
Scott, you require 94.
With a match-winning opportunity, 94 points away from a 4-2 win. It'll put him on to 8 points. He was
54. Bradley, you require 120.
Look at a double-double. Didn't quite pan out.
Looking at the treble. Oh, went for bullseye. So 75 left.
64.
He's 56.
Scott, you require 40.
Scott now 3 darts set, double top for the match.
Game shot and the match.
And gets there
Scott
eventually. Scott Taylor beats Bradley Roes, but he made hard work of it. A game that he dominated, but he allowed his Dutch opponent the opportunity to take it all the way to a last leg decider. He's won, but the shake of the head suggests to you he's not overly pleased with the performance. You look at those numbers, you can suggest why. There was good sparks, good glimpses, just like that 1-4-1. Taylor wins 4-2. Next up, it is the top of the table clash. Jack Tweddle against Adam Sada. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Scott Taylor got the better of Bradley Roes by 4-2 in the opening game of the day. Second up for us is Adam Savada and Jack Tweddle in action. Yesterday, Savada, well, he was in a league of his own. 5 wins from 5 and punching in numbers, the likes of which we haven't really seen before here at the live lounge in Port. So for Jack Tweddle, well, didn't quite have the spell-binding stuff of Savada, but his consistency was what harboured him 4 wins from the 10. If he can pick up success here against Savada in the opening match of the day, it'll mean that both of them will be on 10 points in the group following the end of the first round's worth of action. Savada, the 39-year-old from Parker in Arizona, making his debut in this competition. Nicknamed the Reaper, Keegan, because he works in a funeral home.
Wow. Yeah, didn't expect that one, did we?
Is he going to put in the kiss of death for the rest of the field? And you do feel like if he wins this game, he might put a further nail in the coffin of Jack Tweddle in terms of winning this Group A.
Game on.
You know, considering this is only the second game of the morning, I feel there's quite a lot of stake for both players here.
100.
Well, obviously Jack could obviously come level with Adam on points, but then the other side of the coin is Adam then can extend his lead by 4 points.
Definitely feels a bigger game for Jack, though, doesn't it,
83.
than Adam, because Adam's just got that little bit of a buffer at the top.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you got a lot more of the momentum coming in from
93.
yesterday. Would have took a lot of positive energy from that.
And as we know here, the live lounge is all about the energy and all about the passion.
82.
And if he can find more energy and more passion, he may well put in numbers that we have never, ever seen in this build. I was actually saying to
140.
a couple of colleagues backstage earlier on that in a Group A, I cannot remember a number like 98 before. I've seen it in a Group B once or twice, but over a 5-game course, something like that really seldom happens.
100.
Yeah, you know, to throw a 98 average and your first time here, that takes some doing.
88.
You know, obviously, a lot of players are very fortunate to come back here several times over the course of the year, and some people never get near that 98 average. So, you know, for Adam to do that in his first day,
100.
You know,
Jack, you require 80.
definitely deserves the praise that he rightly deserves.
Great guy for the ball.
55.
He's unable to utilise it.
Adam, you require 136.
So it'd be interesting to see what he does if he's going to go to the 19s like he is. So he'd be looking at another 57 to leave tops. And he
96. Jack, you require 25.
does. So Jack should have 2 darts at a double, so it's going to be double 12.
Game shot on the first leg. Jack Tweddle.
Well, you feel like against a player like Adam Zavada, you're going to get crumbs of opportunities. So when they
Second
arise,
leg, it's Adam
you're
to
probably
throw
going to have
first.
to take.
Game on.
And that's exactly what he's done there, restricting Zavada to about a dart and a double in the opening leg of play. Well, you mentioned that 98. That's the running average of the day. Players would be happy just to get that average
140.
once on this stage, let alone it being a running average.
Yeah. And that's how well he played yesterday.
96.
You know, it'd be interesting to see how Adam bounces back from the first leg. Because we were always saying darts, a lot of dart players are
100.
what we would call front runners. And be good to see if there's a little bit of pressure on them to perform,
96.
if that makes sense.
To put it by way of comparison, and granted this is a much smaller sample than the one I'm about to give, but in terms of the Pro Tour numbers for last year,
60.
his 98.72 would have been third in the all-time list behind Gary Anderson's 99.51 and Luke Littler's 99.34. Of course, it's a much shorter distance, this, and shorter games and less matches to analyse, but just to give way of comparison, the type of numbers he's consistently playing to and the kinds of success it can give you.
105. 80.
You know, let's be
Adam, you
honest.
require 96.
If we started every morning and said to the players, would you take a 98 average? Well, they'd rip both arms off, wouldn't they?
There's probably a lot of players that would be happy just to take anything
56.
above 90.
Jack, you require 170.
You know, as much as we say, obviously, Adam's thrown a 98 average all day. You know, Spera fought for
58.
Gary Stone, 92,
Adam, you
and
require 40.
really didn't get nothing from it.
Didn't get a look at it, 10 180s, but even 36% on the doubles wasn't good enough. Now, that's all good for the way Adam starts lie. He's got an open bed now at double 10.
20.
But he had issues
Jack, you
in
require
terms of doubling
112.
out in his first game yesterday, and maybe it's a lingering issue here.
It's double 19.
93. Adam, you require 20.
So Jack now
16.
should be getting
Jack, you require
2 darts
90.
at the double. So it's double 8.
Three. Adam, you require 4.
So double 2 for Savada. Tweddle will feel like an opportunity has passed him by to really take charge of this contest.
Game shot on the
And
second
now
leg.
he finds
Adam
himself
Savada.
back on level terms at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on. $134.
That's a good start from Jack to bounce back from the missed doubles in the previous leg.
$123.
Adam was telling me this morning that he's still suffering a little bit from jet lag.
140.
7 hours, the time difference between where he's based and Portsmouth in the UK. He said that he's been pretty much sleeping in the afternoons. So he got some food after the session finished, went to bed about 4 o'clock, woke up about 10, and during the night it's been a little bit difficult. Now back where he's based, it's the best part of 3 a.m. So the body clock adjustments are having to be made very quickly, but you wouldn't feel as if he's struggling with the time difference so far.
140.
Yeah, the evidence suggests otherwise.
Which could be a problem if he finds a decent sleeping routine and
137.
finds himself fully fresh.
Adam, you require 58.
So it's double top to break in the 11. And he
Game
does.
shot on the third leg. Adam Savada.
And these are the gears that this guy seemingly had to leg where he really was struggling to finish
Full
things
flag,
off.
it's
It was
Adam
a
to
sedate
throw
start,
first.
and then suddenly
Game on.
pins in an 11 to break and puts Tweddle on the back foot and puts him in all sorts of trouble. Remember, if he wins this game, he goes 4 points clear at the top of the group. He'll move on to 12 points.
140.
Playing at 94 seemingly this week is B game.
140.
At the moment, it's looking quite costly for Jack. Missing them darts at a double in the second leg. And Adam's taking full advantage now.
140.
Really beginning to make his move.
131.
That's one thing with this match, is it's going at a nice pace. So he's on 181, looking at the 17s, and he does
91.
Leaves the 130. So Jack, got a little bit of work to do, but he's found the first start perfect.
100.
So
Adam, you require 130.
So both players on 130 after 9 darts.
Tweddle's going to get a look. And again, going back to the lack of opportunities he's had in this contest, it may well be an attempt he may have to take out.
54. Jack, you require 130. 65. Adam, you require 76.
So Adam now looking at 76 to go 3-1 up in the contest. So now he's going to have to look at the 25 and the ball option. And he does. So it's bullseye to go 3-1 up. And he does.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Adam Sada.
Not just that, but he had the perfect guide as well. You felt like the dart at 25
Fifth
had to
flag,
go
it's
low to
Jack
give
to
himself
throw
any
first.
chance. But actually, the way
Game
it
on.
was laid, a little bit like the Barneveld bullseye against Taylor back in 07. It was a perfect guide. If he
93.
could just bump it off the barrel, it was going to nestle in the bed. And that was exactly what happened there.
You know, if there's one thing
140.
a lot of North American players are good at, and that's playing cricket. And obviously, they use the ball and 25 option a lot more than what us Europeans
100.
players would. So, so I think sometimes if they've got a dart at the ball, they would always favour that to a dart at double top, for an example.
They're very expansive as well in their thinking. They obviously play soft tip as well as cricket. So they play different games. So their mentalities in terms of sequencing can be a little bit different to players in continental Europe. That's not a criticism at all. It's just something a bit different.
168.
So Jack there, throwing a fantastic 168 there to leave him 140 after 9. Just to put some pressure on Adam's.
95.
Right.
Jack, you require 140.
So Jack looking to set this up now.
100.
And he does.
Adam, you require 86.
So it's 86 for the match for Adam. So it's double 16. And he does.
Game shot.
And it's an 11 darter to finish for Adam Savada. When he was hot in that game, he was red hot. His average just under the ton mark. And it felt like there's still room for improvement. But Jack Tweddle, he played okay in that game. 92, 96 average. His scoring was decent, but he got comprehensively outplayed. 1-6 on the doubles. He missed opportunity to go 2-0 up in the piece. He had another chance to reduce the gap, but Savada is in a league of his own and he moves 4 points clear at the top of the table. Arash, Spee and Gary Stone is coming up next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Adam Zavada got the better of Jack Tweddle by 4 legs to 1 in our second game of the morning session. Next up for us, it's Gary Stone up against Arash Spee. For Arne, yesterday yielded 1 win. That was against Bradley Roes in his first match of the day. Whereas for Gary Stone, he played well yesterday. Having in excess of 90, the doubling was okay. 36%, 50 from 41, 10 maximums over the course of the session. But it felt like everything that he did was just bettered by somebody else. For Spee, this is his second appearance, played here last in June. His shirt is representative of his pub team, the Cowboys, up against Stone, who in his 7 previous appearances here has only made 3 finals. You'd expect for somebody of his quality and his capabilities, he'd have a slightly better strike rate. We mean that because we know how good Gary is. Played at the ADC Global Championship back in December. Had his trials and tribulations in that tournament. I think he'll be the first to admit that. But it's a brand new season, new hope, new optimism, and you'd expect for a player like Gary Stone, winning a week here will be high up on his priority list for 2025.
100.
Yeah, definitely. Like you just said there, Henry, he'd be gutted that he's not progressed a lot further at the MODUS when he's came down in the 7 previous times. But every time there is an opportunity, you have to grab it. And I think obviously yesterday he was
85.
Very unlucky. I don't think he had the rub of the green, as we always allude to. But I think to be out there to throw in at a 92 consistently all day,
57.
It's a good standard for anyone.
When you're in that situation, Keegan, where your game's in a very good place, but it feels like it's still not good enough.
42.
How do you mentally try and compartmentalise it, knowing that your game's okay, but you just feel like you can't get a win? Do you have to try and shut out the noise and just carry on and hope things change? Or is there a fear that sometimes you can overthink?
Bit of a weird feeling. It's a weird feeling because you're almost expecting to win because you're playing so well. And You know, there's times where
58.
you know we see it in the PDC where
24.
you know people do lose in the 100 with the 100 averages. You do lose with the 100 averages, but you know your game's that good. You just have to
84.
keep doing what you're doing because you will break it because you know you can't forever keep losing with 100 averages.
85.
At some point,
Gary,
you will feel like your luck
40.
will turn. And Stone has left himself tops after 12 here for the break. As the
Edge on the
13
first
dart
leg,
start is
Gary
pinned
Stone.
to the top corner. Stone 1 up with the break in hand.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
I think the first time I ever played Gary Stone, it was a UK Open qualifier up in Wigan.
100.
And if anyone's ever been to the Robin Park at Wigan, it's obviously a massive tennis centre that we play darts in. And got called to the board.
59.
And this is when we didn't have the luxury of chalkers. And who was our chalker? None other than Phil Taylor.
Oh.
So Phil Taylor had to chalk
108.
a game between me and Gary Stone in Wigan.
Obviously, didn't have a couple of quid spare to pay someone to mark.
100.
And then the winner had to play Phil in the next round.
Oh, no pressure.
I think I came.
140.
I think I came 3-6-2 against Phil.
There's a reason why he was going to tell that story, wasn't there?
125. Gary, you require 81.
These star player pundits, they love talking about themselves. Double 16. Well,
Yeah,
Gary
he's
Stone
on
here
his
is running
second
riot.
leg.
13
Gary
darter
Stone.
in the first, the 12 darter in the second. He's 2-0 up, averaging 120 here. And this is
Third
what we know
leg,
Gary
it's
Stone
Arna
can
to
do.
throw
He's
first.
got these spurts
Game
and
on.
these spells in his locker.
Yeah, let's be honest. As much as Gary's not had the luck of the green yesterday,
100.
he can't be throwing 120 averages and losing. He's going to have to win at some point.
You say that, Dale Pilgrim hit 118.88 and lost.
60.
Not quite 120.
You are a hard man to please, Keegan Brown.
100.
So Gary looking for the third 180.
140. 140.
140 there for Arna has, for the first time in this match, left himself on a finish
100.
first.
Arna, you require
And
161.
for the first time, he's outscored his Scottish opponent. He's got 6 from 161 to cut the gap in half in this match.
65.
He's done a 2-darter after 12. Every leg in this contest so far has been absolute quality.
44.
13 and
Arna, you
12 for
require
Gary to kick
96.
things off. If Spee takes this out in 2, it'll be a 14.
$46. Gary, you require 157.
So it's an outside chance for Gary here. So now he's just going to try to set up. So it's 80 left. Probably looking at triple 20.
97. Arna, you require 50.
So it's double top for Arnie.
Game shot on the third leg. Arna Spee.
And he gets himself on the board. He stops the runaway charge of Gary Stone, although it is the Scot that
Fourth leg.
has
It's
the
Gary
throw
to
here
throw
to
first.
re-establish
Game
his 2-leg lead in this contest.
See, I think this is the beauty about the modus where you're 2-1 down
121.
and you're 25 points below in the average. So it shows you that every leg is there to play for.
Well, there's just volatility in the format. Because it's such a short course, you can get onto a burst, but if you just stall a little bit, the game is still open for interpretation. It's not like a long-form game at, say, the World Championship or the World Match
123.
Play, where once you get in front, the game is pretty much over. Or the other way round, if you get off to a great start, the game's not over either. There's volatility
41.
about this format where everything can change in just a stone's throw, quite literally in Gary's case.
100.
We'll see some longer format stuff at the end of the year. The ADC Global Championship will be returning to the live lounge. Looking forward to covering that again.
45. Gary, you require 157.
So Gary back on 157. So it's treble 19. And it's double top. And he does.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Gary
Well,
Stone.
that is a sucker punch applied by Gary Stone. He was a long way in front in that leg, but that will feel like a real
Fifth leg,
proverbial
it's Arna
kick
to
for
throw
Arash
first.
Spee.
Game on.
And both players, obviously after 4 legs, 100% on the checkout.
The legs that Gary's won in this contest as well have been very, very good. They've all been
58.
in the 5 visits. In fact, 2 of them have been in 4 visits, as you can see there. 13, 12, 12. And to be fair to Arnie, he could have won that leg that he got on the ball much quicker than in 17 darts. It's been a real high-quality contest, but it does feel like the stuffing has been knocked out of Spee here. That 157, even though it was nowhere to be seen in that particular leg, could well have been one punch too many for him.
I
think Paul Arndt, he's walked into a train, hasn't he? And it's the fact that obviously Gary's played so well yesterday. He thought, do you know what? I need
140.
I need to put the marker down, and unfortunately, Arndt was the first victim as such.
Well, he played well yesterday, but at this present moment in time, he's unplayable. Or is he? Because Spee, of his first max of the match, has left himself interested in this 5th leg.
59.
Both players looking to set up. Both players looking to leave themselves hand in their opponent.
60.
And a dry turn there for Arnie has allowed Gary Stone an opportunity to possibly finish this game off once and for all.
Gary looking for a treble.
58. Arnie, you require 112.
Gary now he's going to come back for an opportunity at 126 for the match.
21. Gary, you
Arnie will
require
be the first to agree there's been too many loose darts in this contest. But that's not the end of the contest. He's going to get another go, but it should have been much more handed than just 91.
Arnie, you require 91.
So Stone back
Gary,
to see off
72.
what was an immaculate display with a win. And he's going to get 2 in his hand at double 12. Double 6.
66.
Not to be, and his average
Arnie,
teeters around the
40.
ton mark where it was 106 for so long. But more importantly, in the context of this match, Arnie Spee is coming back for double 10.
30.
But 3 more missed darts at a double
Gary, you
means
require 6.
that Gary Stone's got 3 more to win at a double 3. Can he shuffle it across the left-hand side? Too far over.
4. Arnie, you require
You feel like
10.
you can't afford to miss anymore, Arnie. Too many chances in this leg have gone a begging. And there's another one. And the game
6.
from this point onwards should
Gary,
be
you
up.
require 2.
So Gary open to get, and he does.
Game
So it's
shot
double
and the
1
match.
for Gary.
Gary Stone.
And that is a comprehensive win for Gary Stone. Up until that last leg, his average was teetering above 106, and he knows that following a fantastic start to the contest, that last leg in terms of numerical value just let his average down a little bit. Still 95, a change. He had that 157 checkout. It was a good performance from the Scot. A 4-1 win for Gary Stone against Arash Spee. Next up, it is Adam Sada up against Bradley Roes. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. The first round of fixtures have been completed on this Tuesday morning, and before the break we saw a very good performance from Gary Stone. Legs of 13, 12 and 12 for his first three. He then cooled over the line 4-1 against Arash Spee. Did have a 1-5-7 in there. It was a decent enough performance from the Scot. But next up, well, Bradley Roes up against the American, and everybody yesterday were glued to their TV set, weren't they, for a historic day for somebody in the United States of America, announcing themselves onto the world stage with pomp and ceremony. I don't know what you think I'm on about. It was all about Adam Savada's debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As for Bradley Roes, well, he's going to have to find a different level. He averaged 75 for the day yesterday. Struggled on his doubles, and that pattern has continued into today. And I don't want to sound harsh, but at the same time, we have to be honest. If Adam plays to his game and Bradley plays to his type, this could not take long. This might not take long.
No, you know, if you look at the first round of matches, Bradley kept to his, his average yesterday, which was 75. He had another 75 today. And obviously, Adam had a 99 against Jack. So, if it looks like he's going to go that way,
140.
It looks like it could be an early bar for Bradley at this rate.
81.
One thing though about Bradley is, regardless of the situation, you don't wipe the smile off his face. Sometimes we have said in the past that maybe on the hockey he can let frustration creep over, but walked into the building this morning full of beans, full of energy. Was actually practicing some of Adam Savada's stacking techniques. They were having a lesson on how to throw darts.
137.
And Adam, so far, is teaching him a lesson on the hockey as well, because he's left himself double 12 after 12 to take out the opening leg.
58. Adam, you require 24.
Come down from the marker, and he
It's
does.
on the first leg, Adam Savada.
So, follow a solid 14 darter to hold throw.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
What can Bradley produce?
$60. $108.
And what a start from Adam against the throw.
100.
That fourth dart is perfect. It's begging for a couple more to join, but dart 5 goes a begging.
100.
Commentator's curse.
I'm the world's best at it, Keegan. Although, I made a promise earlier this week
41.
not to shut up. I'm sure there would have been a lot of people that would have hoped that I kept to that promise. But I said the 7-180 player record of Mark Dubbridge will be beaten this week. And I think it will be beaten by Adam Savada. But you just look at the way that he power scores and the amount of maxis he's hit. 17 over the course of the day yesterday. And at every
58.
single match, he had at
Adam,
least
you
a couple.
require 161.
You know, nothing really surprises me with Adam's game, does it? Let's be honest. You know, I was told about Adam back
45.
in, I think it was, obviously me and Adam shares the same dart shirt manufacturer, DJD, in America. And Dave was telling me, he said,
60.
Adam's going to make
Adam,
good
you require
inroads. And
116.
true to his word, absolutely fantastic so far. So he's looking at another 19 to leave tops. So it's double top for 116 to go 2-0 up, and does so.
Game shot on a second leg. Adam
Was it ever in
Savada.
doubt? It never felt like it was going to be. He's lazily
Third
going
leg,
about
it's
his
Adam to
business
throw
despite
first.
averaging 103. And I
Game
think
on.
that's one of the key traits of his game. Is he's so cool, calm and composed. You wouldn't quite know whether he's playing well or playing poorly because he's got this poker face where he doesn't give anything
81.
away.
$59.
He's somebody that's got a real air of focus. It's one thing that I've learned straight away about him. We have a monitor in our commentary box which obviously has a feed, and during the morning before we go live we do
60.
a period of testing. A lot of that sees the cameras based on stage, and we were having a look at the monitors this morning, and Adam, whilst the other players having a chat with one another,
46.
headphones in, just practicing away, not deterred, not bothered by what other people do, was just going about his business in his own style.
40.
So Bradley, yeah, you got a good chance to make some inroads on the Adams throw.
41.
That's a brilliant second dart.
100.
And he has this air where just when you think you've got a little bit of a glimmer in a leg, he'll do something which just
100.
takes that hope all away.
He did that with Jack Denny in the first set of matches, where Jack left himself pretty in one or two situations, and
140.
you know, very similar to that, Adam would always come back with a 140 or a 180. In fact, I think he actually hit two 180s against Jack. All at critical times.
I know his nickname's the
100.
Reaper because of the job he
Adam, you
does, but it's an
require
appropriate
80.
nickname because he just seemingly kills off opponents' opportunities at source. And he could be one step closer to killing this game off as a contest.
48.
He's going to come back for 32
Bradley, you
to
require
open up a 3-0 lead. If
155.
Roes is able to take out the 155.
89. Adam, you require 32.
So 2 16s for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot on the third
Just
leg.
so
Adam
comfortable.
Savada.
Bradley, interesting there, just having a look at the darts. So we're just having a look at his
Fourth leg.
right
It's
hand and
Bradley to
the
throw first.
position
Game
he's
on.
holding the dart. And it goes back to the point that you were making earlier, that sometimes when you've got a new set, the grip can feel
100.
a little bit different. And can you just naturally second guess yourself? You're probably throwing it in the same place that you usually would another dart, but because you haven't got that comfortability or familiarity of a previous setup, you almost in your own mind
100.
second guess what you're doing.
Yeah. It's such a weird feeling. You can have a brand new set of darts which are identical to the ones that you've been playing with, and I always feel for the first couple of days they don't feel right. You have to take the varnish off, take a bit of the, that sort of thing, of take the grip off, and then all of a sudden
108.
within no time
He...
you're back throwing well.
50 for the week already.
96.
And of them 50 for the week, Adam Savada is responsible for 21 of them.
So over a third of the 180s from one player.
If he doesn't win Group A,
57.
the 65 record of Luke Littler is in serious doubt. He could do it without winning Group A. If he goes deep on Saturday and he continues to play to this level.
65. Adam, you require 164.
He is human.
And that was a thud.
78. Bradley, you require 140.
So an outside chance of Bradley here.
$40. Adam, you require
This for
86.
as comprehensive a win as you're going to see on this stage. Double 16. Great guide. But he cannot
54.
nestle it in.
Bradley, you require
Bradley has
100.
another dart and a double in this match. He's got a nice guide for the treble. Finds it, crashed off the barrel, double 10. A graze of the wire,
80.
maybe the closest he
Adam, you
gets to winning a
require
leg in this
32.
match. Savada, double 16 to finish the job off.
Game
But he's
shot and the
making
match.
this look
Adam
like a
Savada.
stroll in the park so far. Adam Savada with his 7th win from 7 matches, and he is hardly breaking sweat to do so. Averaging 93-94, and how well he's playing this week? That's actually his 3rd lowest average of the week so far. That is how well Adam Savada is playing. He beats Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 0. Scott Taylor against Gary Stone is next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy.
£25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Adam Zavada beat Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 0. Comfortable in the end, average of 93, 94, 4 from 7 on his doubles, and a 116 finish in that particular match as well. So, 4 games down for our day thus far here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Game 5 sees Scott Taylor and Gary Stone jousted out on the Live Lounge stage.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
For Scott, because of that heavy defeat for Jack Tweddle, he's actually moved into 2nd position in the group and can move 2 points clear of the
100.
man from Swindon if he can beat the man from Scotland. And this is what Scott Taylor can do. Maybe not playing at his best, but he will pick up enough wins
140.
to keep himself competitive. I think a lot of people feel like this Group A may well be over.
60.
It's not mathematically, but you wouldn't suspect from this point onwards Adam Savada's going to be dropping enough games to allow somebody back in. If anything,
91.
I think we might be getting to a point by the end of the day that we could be looking at the record books and a possible first ever 15 from 15 in this group.
108.
Because he's played to that level.
At this rate. And then Gary.
125. Scott, you
Not to
require
get 180 yourself.
161.
But we are all in trouble when Adam's jet lag wears off.
123. Gary, you require 145.
Well, he's playing at the Royal Masters next week. He's one of the CDC qualifiers for that. He plays to that level, and I think the
123.
opening couple of
Scott, you
rounds,
require
okay, it's set
38.
play, but the format isn't too dissimilar. He could cause some damage there, and if his draw works out handily, he could
No score.
potentially be the surprise
Gary, you
player to
require
sneak through.
22.
And you suspect in a tournament like that, there is going to be a player that you would not
Yes, on the
expect to
first leg, Gary Stone.
get out of that group and into the finals as Gary Stone kicks off a 13 darter. I understand why they've done it this year
Second
because they
leg is
confirmed the
Gary to
field
throw
of 24 a long
Game
time in advance, but there is a part of me that hopes that they go back to how the format was back in the day where it's the top 16 players
100.
in the world rankings that get the automatic invitation. So then you've got 16 and then 16. It feels just a little bit more of a fairer split.
40.
Well, I always think of the World Masters where everybody starts at the same point.
Oh, yes.
So I think actually scrap the top 16, put all the
91.
players, give them the buy. Well, not the buys, but if you've got obviously 128, make it if you got Gary Anderson, Michael Van Gogh in first game. That's the beauty of it.
100.
Put them all in the group, but maybe seed the top 16 to give them a little bit of protection, possibly.
Because I think, obviously, when they the history of the Masters,
100.
when everybody started from the first game, obviously it's only Bob Anderson that's ever won it 3 times on the bounce, starting from the beginning.
100.
Because Martin Adams had the protection of seeding, didn't he, when he won his 3 World Masters? Not to discredit that, because to win that 3 times, to win it once is a massive honour.
140.
It's one thing I keep clamouring for specials week. I'd love to see best of 3 sets, best of 3 legs, a Masters format. Put your best 12 players in.
Gary
I think you'd have some great
70.
fun. But Gary Stone is getting some great joy here. He is playing tremendous today. He's missed a couple of opportunities, but it's rendered irrelevant because Taylor's not on the scene.
$126.
So there's double
Gary
10.
required 20.
Has to go for Gary. Could he bounce off the barrel? And he does.
Game shot on his second leg. Gary Stone.
2-0 and looking quite comfortable.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Again, it's not one of those games where Scott Taylor's playing well, but the Kane's missed 3 darts and a double, but he's seemingly not getting
59.
much change from his opponent.
$95.
You know, so I feel, especially in this match, it feels like the rules have reversed from yesterday where, you know, everybody's played well
92.
against Gary yesterday. Now, obviously, Gary's, you know, dishing out the punishment.
Well, if Gary wins this game, it feels like the group will be split up into 3 different portions. Adam Savada way on his own on 14 points. Then you'd have Stone, Tweddle and Taylor all on 8 points. And all with fairly similar legs differences. And then detached 6 points further behind Arash, Spee and then Bradley Roes of Arena. It looks like they'd be the bottom 2 and they'd be scrapping it out in Group C on Thursday and Friday. So it looks like already the big battle in this group is going to be as to who plays in the evening and who plays in the afternoon over the course of the latter couple of days of qualification.
Gary looking at 57, so he's looking at 88, treble 16.
60. Scott, you require 146.
So an outside chance for Scott. Shots on, so he's looking at double 13.
133.
He's hit a 141 and he's threatened a few other real big outshots today as Scott Taylor. But Gary Stone here for the double break is going to get a dart at tops.
32.
But just high over
Scott,
the
you
target.
13.
And you couldn't get much closer to that, could you? Just looking at double full. Double 2.
9. Gary, you require 40.
So Stone here has got another chance to open up a 3-leg gap. There's daylight now. Gary Stone into a 3-0 lead, and Scott Taylor disconsolately shakes his head at the back of the stage. He would have felt like, even though he didn't play at his best, that win against Bradley Roes would have given him an opportunity to really attack this group. But I don't think he did so well there. He's going against the grain against Gary Stone, who admittedly isn't playing too much better than he did yesterday. He played very well, but it's just finding a couple of extra points on his
80.
average, which is just giving him a couple of extra opportunities. And in fairness, he's needed those extra couple of opportunities because he's 3 from 10 on the doubles.
108.
Yeah, scoring wise in this match.
93.
You know, Gary's been the better player. A couple 180s, a 174.
45.
How many times do you see that? Somebody's at 180 and then it's a 45.
Back to normal.
60.
Far too familiar feeling for you, Keegan, isn't it?
$81.
It's all bads, Keegs. It's all bads.
If you can't give it, you can't.
58.
If you can't
Gary
take it, then don't give it.
For the match, for his second win of the day.
55. $100. Gary, you require 40.
Finally wrap this match up. Tops. Now double 10.
Game shot.
Last
and the
dart
match,
again
Gary
for
Stone.
Gary Stone, and it's a win again for Gary Stone. Winning the Group may well be out of his hands, but he's doing a great job in securing Group B. A comprehensive win for Scott Taylor, which helps him in terms of legs difference and also takes form the legs difference of Scott Taylor. He moves on to 8 points plus 8 with that 4-0 win. Coming up next, Jack Tweddle against Arash Spee. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where, as you can see, Keegan Brown is busy writing down his notes to see what's going to happen in our next match between Jack Tweddle and Arash Spee here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Gary Stone got the beating of Scott Taylor by 4-0. Got off to a quick start, did Gary, but a bit like his first game against Arash Spee, just stalled a little bit towards the finishing line, but he just had too much for Scott eventually in that one. As for Jack against Dana, he will feel as if he can play to his levels and to his capabilities, he should be able to get the job done against Arna, which, if the truth be
First
told,
leg, it's Jack to throw first.
you don't quite know what you're going to get
Game on.
from one game to the next. His A game is there to beat anyone, but he hasn't quite shown it as much as perhaps he would have liked this week.
57.
You know, there's nothing worse for any sportsman out there. All we do is practice, and you know when you get up there, it doesn't go to plan,
45.
and that's when you need to know where your B game is. If your A game's not there, you think you're right. Okay, we need to regroup and think, what can I do with the B game?
66.
Which is kind of what we've been seeing with Scott Taylor this week, minus that match against Gary Stone last time out. And Chris Mason talks about this all the time. Most players here got an A game which could compete at any level, but the difference between the good players and the great players are the levels of the B game in comparison to others.
There's no different airs. When you look at the
60.
The top of the tree, the A star game for obviously the top 10 players of the world, their A game is still just as good as most people's. Well, I say their B game's just as good as most people's A games.
Well, we saw last year, didn't we, that there was a Pro Tour event where both Wesley Palazier and Cameron Crabtree, as well as Andy Bolton, all got to the semi-final. So we know that players here have got that A game to compete with anyone, but it's doing it consistently, day in, day out, week in, week out.
See,
30.
That's quite an interesting point, because
87.
I find what the MODUS does here, you're getting good players playing against to the same level of other players, and
on the first leg,
obviously it eggs them on, and it gets them play. It gets a whole group of players play well. All you have to do is look at the North American players.
Honor to throw first. Game on.
Where you've got a lot more competitions out there. You've got the CDC.
95.
Are we actually surprised that the North Americans are playing just as good as the European dart players now?
Well, that's where the game's evolved, where
100.
I suppose America is maybe where mainland Europe was about 20 years ago, where you had good players, but the opportunities weren't there to take it to the next level. And now we're seeing that level in the
96.
likes of North America. We're seeing it in the Oceanic region. The big problem, obviously, for them is geography. There's great players all across the world. It's just giving them the chances to do it. And by what I have heard, the idea is to get as many North American players as possible playing here, as many players from Oceania playing here as possible. Obviously, sorting out the geography and affordability for them is a big nagging problem, of course. But obviously, with the international pairs weeks that we're going to have, it also gives opportunities for those players from far-flung nations the opportunity to play. And because they're here for 2 weeks, it justifies the travel a little bit more, because they're probably only going to be able to play here once over the course of the year.
100.
Sure, we'll see the likes of David Cameron, Leonard Gates, Jeff Smith back here before too long. And of course Alex Spellman as well.
56.
Cracking player he is. But that's not a cracking checkout from Jack Tweddle. You feel like he's in control of this leg. There's Sada.
157.
Got something sumptuous up his sleeve.
Not this time. He's looking at 80, looking back at the 20s.
97. Jackie require 104.
So Jack on 104 to make it 2-0. So he's looking at 47, double top.
64. Honey requires
so
60.
Spee back for 60 to level this game up at 1-1.
40. Jackie require 40.
He's been given some chances, but the problem today is he hasn't been able to take them on a regular basis. Tweddle punishes and leads 2-0.
Third leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
I think you obviously looking at the game so far we've had this morning.
96.
I think the only difference between the players is when you look at obviously Bradley and R, they're just not taking the opportunity when they've got the opportunity. Where
81.
Unfortunately, they're playing in a field where they've all got experience. They've a lot of these have played on the youth. They've played on the Challenge Tour. They've played on the even on the Pro Tour. And these guys, they know when to take the chance and the opportunity. When the opportunity is there, it's very unlikely that they miss.
100.
And this is, without sounding patronising or condescending, a big step up in level for Arna. So sometimes it can just take a couple of goes to acclimatise to the upgrade of standard and the quality of opposition you're up against. And some of the things that come with that, almost playing no mistake darts, game in, game out.
133.
Yeah, you know, the weirdest thing is all dart players have been in that situation. But the only way you can get experience
82.
in darts
Jackie requires 62.
is by match practice and being in that situation.
Game shot on the third
Excellent
leg.
for Tweddle.
Jack
3
Tweddle.
early leads. And it's one of those things that you could buy many things in life, but experience is one thing
Fourth
that
leg. It's Arnold to
you
throw
can't
first.
put a price on.
Game on.
You've got to physically go through that mill. And sometimes you have to go through a little bit of adversity to get there as
100.
well. It's not always going to be rosy in the garden.
Nah, you know, take it for me.
58.
You know, sometimes, and you've had a bit of a slump of losses, you question why do you do this? Because, you know, it's mental torture.
60.
You know, when things ain't going well, that's when you kind of do a bit more, do a bit more deep, a bit more soul searching.
97.
And that's when you realise what you're made out of.
Slightly easier sat up here in the commentary box, right?
Wow.
140.
Don't go playing the Chris Mason lines when you play here,
56.
saying that you're just a commentator.
No, I'm just a lab worker from the Isle of Wight. That's all I am.
85.
You know, to be fair to Arne, he's not. The last 2 legs, he's playing very consistent darts.
134. Arnie, you require 116.
Be a nice little confidence boost if he can take this 116 out. So he's looking at 78, probably looking at 18s.
56. Jack, you require 156.
Well, this would be some way to round the game off, but Tweddle isn't going to find the 156.
100.
So, Arne,
Arnie, you require
you feel like he's going to
6.
have to take this out because Tweddle's left himself on a single to double combo.
Game
But
shot on the
fairness to him,
fourth leg. On a
he's found it
streak.
last dart in hand, back to 3-1. But Tweddle has the darts here.
Fifth leg. It's Jack to throw first. Game on. $60. $140.
It's always so funny where you see some, you know, dart players struggling and
100.
it literally does take them to win a leg on the board. And all of a sudden they will start finding the trouble. It just gives you that little boost of confidence.
60. $108.
Well, that could be the straw that breaks the back of Arash Spee, or is it?
125. Jackie requires
Straight for the last start because he doesn't leave himself a finish. That's why his hands are on its head.
92. $100. Jackie requires 69.
Well, it's been a good display, this from Jack Tweddle. He has a dart at tops.
49.
Comprehensively round
Arnie
it off, but it's a
requires
chance that's come
76.
and gone.
It's a good chance for Arne here on 76. And it's double top to make it 3-2.
36.
But that could be curtains for the Dutchman. Tweddle comes back, readies himself for double 10 to win this contest 4-1. Waiting and wearing in the background to finish this match off
Jackie required
by
20.
4 legs to 1. Double 10 is what he's looking at.
Game
And
shot
double
and the
10
match,
is what he
Jack
gets,
Tweddle.
and Jack Tweddle seals a 4-1 win against Arash Spee. It moves him on to 10 points, and it moves him back up to second place. He saw Gary Stone and Scott Taylor overtake him, but now he is back in P2 with that 4-1 win there against Arash Spee. Gary Stone takes Adam Zavada. This could be game of the day if they both play to type after this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy.
£25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Jack Tweddle beat Arash Spee by 4 legs to 1. That completed the second round of fixtures for the day, and that win for Jack moves him on to 10 points in the group, 4 behind Adam Sada, who is completely and utterly dominating the proceedings. Good start for Gary Stone, means that he's doubled his points tally while Scott Taylor finds himself stuck on 8. It feels like the table is very separated between the top 4 and the bottom 2 of Arash Spee and Bradley Roes. Seemingly cut adrift. Our 7th game could well be the best one we've seen today, as Gary Stone takes on Adam Savada. This was the game on Monday where Adam went a little bit crazy. He averaged a 110.34, was 4 from 5 on his doubles, and the legs that won him that game were ridiculous. Gary had a 12 and a 15. The legs that Adam won were an 11, 14, 13 and 13. Gary did well to get to 3 legs when you consider the level of play that Adam was up to. But it never mustered any rewards. But I can imagine that when you're in a situation like this, and you're Gary Stone, you've seen an opponent yesterday absolutely demolish you. This is the match that you probably end up targeting.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's good to see. Obviously, Gary coming out of the blocks there, all firing all cylinders. And I think as well, it'd be good to see how Adam reacts with a bit of pressure.
85.
Well, Gary was the player that pushed him the most yesterday. I know he won 4-3 against Scott Taylor, but it felt like Gary Stone was the player of anyone that was going to put him in most peril over the course of Monday's play.
125.
Yeah, it's a decent start here for both. You feel like it's a game where players may just get pop shots at things. It might well be down to their ability to take them out, which could well be the key and decisive factor.
You know, you look at this first leg for an example. Adam's over 200 behind.
Gary, you require 99.
And yet Adam was throwing over 100. So Gary here looking at 42. So it's double top to go 1-0 with a 12 darter.
79.
But unlike yesterday, Adam Zavada isn't on the scene to pounce just yet. But he will be soon. Just a one treble there, but anything that he's left on you sense he's going to be dangerous. He's been good at taking this out. Last start in hand today is Gary Stone. But he cannot do so there. Now hang on to your hats.
31.
So for Gary, you know he's going to come back for 3 darts.
45.
A double
Gary
10.
required 20.
A little bit more pressure on these darts.
Game shot on the first leg.
Drops
Gary
in
Stone.
eventually, drops in at the last. Gary Stone, a leg to the good against Adam
Second
Zavada.
leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Well, we didn't think that you'd be
Game on.
able to win many legs in 18 darts this week against Adam Zavada, but luckily for Gary Stone, he was able to do so there.
85.
You know, even though Gary missed a couple of darts in that opening first leg,
140.
I think that would give him the confidence now to, you know, probably be Adam's biggest pusher so far in this group this morning.
Well, it feels like for the first time this week, Adam Zavada is having a little bit of an off patch, and Gary Stone has to take full advantage of it. And sometimes when you do go up against a player that, against the rest of the opposition, has been incomparable, sometimes you've got to hope a little bit that they're somewhat off it. He is here. To Gary Stone's credit, he is trying his best to apply as much pressure and to try and make most advantage of this, because you expect at some point Zavada's going to click into gear.
108.
And to be fair to Gary, he's not allowed them so far, is he? Probably looking at 25.
121. Gary, you require 121.
Looking at 51. So it's the bullseye to go 2-0 up. And he does.
Game shot on his second leg.
Marvellous for Gary Stone. It's a 12-darter to open up a 2-0 lead. And he is posing
Third
all
leg,
sorts of
it's
questions
Gary
of
to
Adam
throw
Zavada,
first.
who's yet to be
Game
beaten in this Group A, but he's a couple of legs away from suffering his first L at the Live Lounge.
60.
How will Adam bounce back after these first 2 legs?
59. 100. $140.
Get the sense this is the big leg. Gary on throw, he's just having a couple of problems, and if Zavada could
66.
break back here, the game returns to throw, and you feel like the tide of this match could change very quickly if the Scot isn't careful.
132.
And obviously Gary would be fully aware of that. So Gary now hoping to set this up. So he's looking at 25. And he does.
130. Adam, you require 170.
Would we be surprised if this goes? Well, we would now, yes. But that's 90, so he's probably looking at the 18s.
98. Gary, you require 145.
Gary at 145. It's already taken out the 157 this morning. So it's 65. And he does.
105. Adam, you require 72.
He's looking at another 16 to leave tops to break back.
52. Gary, you require 40.
So Stone now got a fantastic opportunity to go 3-0 up. And he does so.
Shot on a third leg.
But you felt
Gary
like that
Stone.
was a pivotal passage in play. Zavada missing an opportunity to return the match to throw.
Fourth leg, it's
Gary
Adam to
Stone
throw
pinning the
first.
top's first dart.
Game on.
He's 3-0 to the good, averaging 98, and a leg away from giving Adam Zavada his first defeat here at the
97.
Super Series.
$140.
I felt that last start from Gary's a bit rushed there.
$100.
So obviously Gary now holding a lot of the cards in the pack. Able to put some pressure on.
80. $94.
Gary can pile in a couple of trebles here. This leg is very much open for interpretation. He's unable to do so. Unable to find
49.
anything big at all. And so Zavada here, 6 darts of 210 to get his first leg on the board. And just give himself a small opening in this match. Just give him something on the board to work with.
94. $81. Adam, you require 116.
Both players down to within the hundreds. But it's going to be another 19 to leave tops. So it's double top to make it 3-1.
76. Gary, you require 151.
Well, Gary Stone's had a 1-2-1 in this match. He's also had a 1-5-7 today. And this really would raise the roof if he finds this 1-5-1. He's not going to do so. And so Zavada, who's only had a couple of darts at double in this contest, that included one at that 116, is going to have his first opportunity with 3 in hand to get a leg on the board. And if he doesn't take, Stone is back on a double to win the match. And he's got 1 left at double 5.
35.
It doesn't go.
Gary requires
And the unbeaten
20.
streak of Adam Zavada could well end here if Gary Stone can find double 10. Has to shuffle across. Glances it off the barrel and in, and that's a
Gary
statement
Stone.
win for Gary Stone. A 4-0 success against Adam Zavada. The man from Arizona being dealt his first defeat of the week. It shouldn't really derail his chances of winning Group A. He's still got a 4-point gap at the top of the table. He's still got to play the bottom, or one of the bottom 2 still towards the end of the session. So Stone 4, Zavada 0. Coming up next, Roes against Tweddle. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
the new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Gary Stone beat Adam Savada by 4-0. That's the first defeat that the American has suffered here in Group A at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Next up for us, it is Bradley Roes up against Jack Tweddle. It's our middle match of the session. And for Bradley, well, he is still pointless in this group. He needs to find a win sooner rather than later. Whereas for Jack Tweddle, after losing his first game to Adam Savada, he comprehensively beat Bradley Roes, averaging around about 93 over the course of the 2 games that he's played so far in this morning session.
First leg, it's
As
Bradley
for
to throw
Bradley,
first.
he needs to get
Game
going
on.
somewhere or another. Both his averages in the mid to low 70s so far. He just hasn't been able to get going in this Group A. And you have to fear that if Jack Tweddle
125.
plays to his type, which he has done consistently, a bit like his match against Adam Savada, this
140.
could be a little bit of a mismatch.
Yeah, I think the key for this one is for Brady to come out the blocks quite quick.
86.
Because obviously we know how consistently Jack's played here at the MODUS the last couple of times.
131. 40. 140.
You know, Jack means business. Down to 90 of just after 9 darts. Only averaging a mere 137.
60. Jackie
It's
require
okay.
90.
And this would be a more than proficient start. Tops. 12
Edge on the
darter.
first leg,
Tweddle's on the
Jack
board.
Tweddle.
And he is showing no signs of relenting. As for Bradley Roes, anything that could go wrong is going
Second
wrong
leg,
so
it's
far.
Jack to throw first. Game on.
I think the bad luck's definitely been passed from Gary Stone yesterday on to Bradley
58.
this morning.
It does just feel like he's going through the motions a little bit. And I
36.
suppose it's no surprise when you being beaten game in, game out, and you're not performing to the level that you know that you can get up to. And we know that
96.
Bradley is a player with a very high ceiling. I can imagine it can be very frustrating when you're being pushed from pillar to post to just keep getting up there, having to
59.
deal with the punches that are being landed to you.
Yes, it's, you know, I've experienced this more over the last year.
34.
But it is a form of mental torture, which, you know, nobody wants to be in, and, you know, sometimes just getting out there and throwing is just a
140.
it's just a small victory sometimes.
140.
And I can imagine you could be put in spots where you think, do you know what? If I could press a tap out button, I'd be more than happy to do it.
73.
Yeah, you do, and, you know, like we alluded to earlier, it shows you what you're made out of, because, you know,
170.
sometimes you can have your stomach rubbed and you roll over kind of thing. But
59.
I think
you require 40.
I think with dart players in general, there's a type of grit installed in their head where they would never give in
Game
until
shot on
literally
second
the
leg.
last
Jack
dart goes
Tweddle.
in.
Well, it's not like other sports where you can
Third leg. It's Bradley to throw
be
first.
2-0 down, say in a football
Game
match, and a team 5 minutes to go, bring some subs on defensively, keep the ball in the corner, and the match is done. You've got to physically get over the line
59.
in this game. There's no form of defence in darts.
100.
You can't just defend it like a Sean Dyche Everton team.
100.
You know, I think that's the mental beauty of when you play, you know, sports within the team.
57.
Where, you know, regardless if you're playing rugby, cricket, you know, football, just to name a couple, you've got another at least 10 people to fall back on when you're not
140.
when you're not at peak as such. But, you know, with darts, it is a lonely place when things don't go your way,
100.
because it's only you and the dartboard.
65.
Jacket trying to make an inroad.
56.
Bradley's throat.
Bradley require 137.
So Bradley now looking at treble 20 to leave tops.
57.
So Bradley's put himself in a good opportunity here to leave 80 after 15.
58. Bradley require
Jack
8.
trying to put some pressure on. So he's looking at another 20. And then it's going to be double 10.
60. Jackie require 130.
Creates the wire, but this would be systematic of the week he's enduring if Jack takes this out. But he's unable to locate the treble with dart 2, and so Bradley
required
will get
20.
3 more here to cut the gap in half. Now heads up for double 5. Great guide. And he's
Yeah,
able
shot on
to
the
utilise
third
it.
leg.
Clip off the
Bradley
barrel of
rings.
Roes is in this contest. 2-1.
Fourth leg. It's Jack to throw first. Game on.
You've seen Bradley there, a bit of frustration there. After he's hit the
40.
double in that previous leg. I think when he hit the 140 halfway through the leg, he also gave it a bit of a, you know, come on, you know, get this to going.
58.
You know, I think certain points in darts, you do your best to G yourself up.
140.
Sometimes you've got to fake it till you make it, haven't you?
You do that.
43. $108.
Finding the big scores when it matters, Jack Tweddle. He could have been in a bit of a hole in this leg. He may still be in a bit of a hole in this leg.
Jackie require 141.
It's good darts, leave 16.
125.
For a potential 13 darter.
6.
Bradley hit that
Jackie
max.
requires 16.
He would have felt good about himself, but Tweddle
Game
just
shot on the
keeps
full
hitting
flag,
and
Jack Tweddle.
just keeps landing the big punches of Bradley Roes. That 13 darter to move 3-1 in
Fifth
front.
flag, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on. $140.
Yeah, I have to say to Bradley, full credit to him, scoring Stephanie picked up in the last 2 to 3 legs.
140.
But unfortunately, he's playing a very well-informed Jack at the moment.
100.
He's not letting up at any opportunity.
From players like Bradley and Arno got in this group is you've got 4 players in Adam, Jack, Gary and Scott that will not let you have a poor game. If you're slightly off the pace or slightly off the tempo, they're going to bury you. And that's seemingly been the case for the pair in this Group A so far.
140. $82. Jackie require 164.
This is the thing as well where, you know, at least half the players in this group, but Jack, bullseye.
139.
But, you know, with this group at the moment, there's a lot of players that have played a lot of years within the PDC system.
Bradley, you require 119.
So they've got a lot more experience than obviously compared to Bradley and to Arn.
$87.
Oh, that's one way
Jackie
to leave
require
32.
25.
For this to win the match.
Game shot.
That
and
was
the
a
match.
13
Jack
followed
Tweddle.
by a 14 for Jack Tweddle. Average of 97, 50% on his doubles. That was a remarkable end to that display for Bradley Roes. That wait for a first win continues. Those are stats from that match. Tweddle running out a 4-1 winner against Bradley Roes. Our 9th game sees Arash, Spee and Scott Taylor go head to head. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy.
£25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Welcome back to the stunning, picturesque Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. One of the most famous venues now in the sports. Definitely found its iconicness, and there have been many iconic moments on that stage. And Scott Taylor, a recipient of a number of them, the Series 6 champion, had an average of 107 in a final against Andy Bolton. I'm sure the X Factor really enjoyed being on the receiving end of that. But for Arash Spee, well, he's looking to get his second win in the group. There is seemingly a big split between the top 4 and the bottom 2
First
in this
leg,
Group
it's
A.
Arnold to throw first. Game on.
Arnold and Bradley have just not been able to get a real foothold in proceedings so far. But one thing Arnold will know is
81.
yes, Scott's been picking up wins, but he hasn't fired in his A game as of yet.
140.
You know what will happen now? I say that and he'll go and average 112 or something, but he may feel like if Scott's not playing at his best and he can just find a level or two above, then there could be a game to be won here.
Yeah, definitely. I think with Arn, you know, as the morning's gone, well, as the morning's progressed, I think he's become more consistent. His scoring's got better and his doubles have got stronger. And he's probably looking at this match thinking, do you know what? You know, probably looking at the Gary and the Adams match where Gary just put a little bit of pressure on him to see what happens. And I think
128.
Arn's probably fancying his chances, but as you said earlier, Scott would probably average 112 and his Coney's on 122.
100. Scott, you require.
Well, you sense that Arna's going to have to play better than he has done this week to get any joy, but the problem he's got is he's
94.
kind of running around similar pace, and Taylor has left himself on tops after 12 darts to get the break of throw. These two actually went out for food with one another last night. These two, and Bradley Roes went out for a bit of food after the session ended. Just goes to show the camaraderie here at the Super Series. It's not like a Pro Tour event where everyone's kind of divided on their separate tables and there's 128 players in the building. Players ain't got access to the outside world within there, so you have to get along with one another. And usually those relationships continue off the hockey too.
97.
And, you know, let's be honest.
59.
People playing this all over the world. People playing, you know, all over this country. And Scott's away from home.
100.
Arnie's away from home. So what are they going to do? Bit of companionship. Old-fashioned companionship. And is there anything wrong with that? Not at all.
So one of the joys of this is you get to meet
45.
people quite literally from all corners of the globe.
100.
And we all share the same passion. Which is snooker.
Can't wait for Sean Murphy's debut in Group C before too long.
Yeah, we just need to make sure the MODUS Super Series signs safe more than anything.
All the cameras, they may have to put a protective shield behind it.
45.
Fairness, earlier on, before that semi-final win, his 147 attempt was almost as good as his 9-dart attempt early on in that Masters tournament.
58.
They say commentators can't win things. First Chris Mason, now Sean Murphy. There is just a little stoppage in play here. Both players headed back to the drinks table, just waiting for play to get back underway. Just a little glitch in the computer system, but we are good to go once again.
I bet it's that Owen Binks and his
59.
TikTok videos nicking all the bandwidth.
Trust me, with his upload speed, I'm surprised there's not a power cut.
100.
Taylor leaving himself on a ton for a 2-0 lead.
Scott, you require 100.
So a good opportunity for Scott. He's played well this leg. He wants to finish it off. So he's got 80. See,
20.
I might be a bit old-fashioned there, but you know you're going to get another 3 darts.
60. Scott, you require 80.
Because obviously Scott's gone from having quite a comfortable 2-1 darter to only 1 darter double.
60. Arnie, you require
He was quite literally looking at the lie on his tippy toes because the first 2 were blocked. You feel like they're the opportunities Arna's got to make some inroads on.
80.
Taylor
Scott, you require
isn't playing
20.
to his best, but Spee hasn't been on the scene.
Game
And he's
shot
going
on
to
the
find
second
himself
leg.
2-0
Scott
down
Taylor.
as a result. You can tell that Scott is absolutely
Third leg,
livid
it's Arna to throw
with
first.
the way that he's playing in this game. He'd be delighted with the scoreline, but nothing else.
79. $59.
Good first start from Arn.
100. $92. $85. $83.
Well, Paul Nicholson's going to be back here next week at the Super Series, and that was nearly his favourite conversion, the 350 and 6.
140.
Summing it up in Dubai at this present moment in time is Nico.
97.
It's all right for some, isn't
Arnie,
it?
you require 97.
I can't say too much because I'm out there in June.
57.
I'll probably be in Portsmouth.
Scott, you
Still.
require 107.
He's left himself with a fish nonetheless, another one of them. And he's had more 170s than anybody else here.
140.
5
Arnie, you require 40.
over the course of his Super Series career.
Game
And
shot on the
Arna
third leg. Arna
has
Spee.
found tops to bring the gap down into half the arrears in this contest. Wouldn't quite call it
Fourth
cracking
leg,
so
it's
far,
Scott to
but
throw first. Game on.
I think with Arn now,
95.
he's pretty thinking, I'm in the game now, and hoping to crack on in this fourth leg. He's going about things the right way.
85. $40. $100. $42.
I think we're in this match, especially in this match, I think we're watching 2 players where, one's been quite tense up from the start and the other's been relaxed.
100.
And the times are changing. You're looking at Scott now, maybe trying too hard
140.
because he's thinking I should be 3-0 up here. I should be nearly full. I should be off the stage now. And I was probably thinking, you know what? I'm doing something right. Just let's keep doing it. Let's put a little bit more pressure
60.
when he's sensing an opportunity which could be a little bit of a double-edged sword.
96. Arnie, you require 156.
But that's what a quality player like Scott Taylor does. Finds himself in a bit of trouble, finds a decent score. However, Spees are going to take out the 156.
128.
It's cracking darts leave,
Scott, you
double 14.
require 88.
So the pressure all of a sudden on Scott. So he's looking at the 18. So bullseye. And he does.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Scott Taylor.
Punishes to the hilt. And just when Arna Spee thought he
Fifth
might get a
leg, it's
route
Arna
back
to
into
throw
this
first.
match, Scott Taylor
Game on.
has kept him at bay and he has bolted the door shut.
$80.
Don't need to ask whether that's in or not. A la Berry Vampire. Nearly 2
$59.
years ago, that iconic moment here at the Live Lounge. One of our most infamous Super Series commentary box
140.
outtakes. And it was in.
95.
Now, by going down to treble 19 there and getting it, it means that he's left himself on 347, which he can take out in 6 starts. Scott is one of the best counters in the game, particularly here at the Super Series. He hardly blots his lines when it comes to mathematical equations.
60.
Not quite Connor Scott levels, but Connor Scott thinks about finishes from 502.
135. Arnie, you require 124.
So aren't these to attack this 1-2-4 to stay in the match? So he's looking at treble 18. He's got 86 left.
56. Scott, you require 87.
So Scott now 87 for the match. 51. Double 18. Double 9. And he does.
And the match
Takes it
Scott
and
Taylor.
moves his tally on to 10 points. A comprehensive win that for Scott Taylor, averaging pretty much as he has done all day. He hasn't really got out of first gear so far over the course of the Tuesday session, but he didn't really have to get the better of Arash Spee by 4 legs to 1. Our next game is Bradley Roes against Gary Stone. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy.
£25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's been a quick fire Tuesday here at the live lounge in Porto. Have a look at that. Just one game that has gone beyond 5 legs so far. A plethora of 4-0s, a plethora of 4-1s, and it's been a day that has been dominated by the players at the top. Adam Savada, Gary Stone and Jack Tweddle have just seemingly been in a league of their own throughout the course of the day. Scott Taylor with a couple of wins against those at the bottom has put himself into 12 points. Adam Savada has a slender lead at the top, 2 points from Jack Tweddle in second. That's because he lost to Gary Stone in his last match. And so the next round of fixtures could be very interesting. If Savada wins, then he'll feel like he's in a very good position. But if there's a slip up and Tweddle can pick the points, then they'll be level on 14 going into the final round of the day. Keegan Brown is alongside me here in the studio. There was a point where we thought that Adam Savada was going to run the card again, but in fairness to Gary Stone, he got hit by one against him yesterday. Yeah. He came out, he saw retribution, and he got it.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think with Gary, the key word for Gary this morning was momentum. He got a good win underneath his belt. It then gave him more confidence, and all of a sudden, you know, he put Adam under pressure. That's the first time we've seen him put under pressure this week. And pressure does weird things to people.
He's played well all week long, but has his timing been better today?
Definitely. And I think that's the whole thing with darts. It's all about timing. It's all about hitting the right things at the right time. And this is what he did. That 157, was, you know, he didn't even have to go for it, but he was so relaxed in his own comfort, he got it.
And is he a player that has to rely on a little bit of momentum, that when things goes his way, he's got to keep on that train of thought?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the thing with Gary. Once the ball keeps rolling, he goes with it. It's when it stops, that's when there's issues.
Adam Savada's dropped one game, but in comparison to the field, he's still been head and shoulders above, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think when he played, just throughout the whole day so far, he's at everything all at the right time. And, you know, we always allude back to timing, but his timing has been faultless once again.
Some big checkouts, including this 116 against Bradley Roes. And as you say, the timing of key shots has been so key for Savada to keep up his momentum at the top of the group. What about Jack Tweddle today? It just feels like he's playing consistently around this low 90s level, which maybe not good enough to beat Adam Savada, but has been good enough against the rest of the field.
Yeah, definitely. I think with Jack, he's kind of living underneath the radar, you know. We've all spoke about Adam, and obviously Gary's now got the momentum. And do you know what? Jack's doing the right thing. He's just going in there, winning mid-90 averages. He's going to take a lot of beating.
What about Scott Taylor today? Not playing at his best. He'll be the first to admit that. But he's got this ability that regardless of how he's playing, he can grind out results.
Yeah, like we said earlier, it's that northern grit, isn't it? Where, you know, he would always fancy his opportunity against anyone. And, you know, even then when he struggled on that finish, he took the 8-8 out on the ball. That gives you confidence. And then all of a sudden, 4-1 winner.
Overall, it feels like 4 players that up against one another can beat anyone else. But I think Arno and Bradley will feel like they're the two that's quite detached in the group.
Yeah, it's a shame, really, because I found the last couple of round of matches, they've actually came into their own and the scoring became more consistent and the doubles. But it's just a shame it's taken an hour down the road to get it going.
Well, that is today's action at the Live Lounge. Last week saw the Legends League. It was a very special event here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We saw Phil the Power Taylor in the studio for punditry, and we also saw the debut of Steve Beaton. But it wouldn't be the Bronze Adonis that would go on and claim the title. It would be a first success for one player, but for who? Okay, mate. Well, that was what we saw on Saturday, and it was actually your old sparring partner, Richie Howson, that would go on and lift the title, being Steve beaten by 4 legs to 2. We were saying in the studio all week long that Richie Howson, he might be 59, but he's getting better all the time.
Yeah, he's to be fair to Richie, he's one of them people where wherever he puts his hand to, he touches with gold, and darts is no different. And to be that consistent at that age, I always say it annoys me when I practice with him. It's just, yeah, he's just naturally too good at everything.
And the fact with Richie as well is his perseverance may be one of his greatest strengths as well, because there was a time in the World Seniors he lost 3 finals in a year and people were beginning to suggest that maybe he's a little bit of a bridesmaid there. He would go on and win the Champion of Champions title and win it quite convincingly too. And perhaps a similar conversation could be had here where he lost a couple of weekly finals, but then eventually, no matter what the situation, he gets it right.
Yeah, definitely. I find with Richie, easily, I think, when his back is against the wall, that's when he's at his most dangerous. And all of a sudden, he will just blitz the whole field. It's like, you know, last week when he won the 2 days on the bounce on the Thursday and the Friday, there wasn't a lot of games he averaged below 95, was there?
Is he a serious contender to win the World Seniors next month?
Yeah, definitely. You can't write him off. Can't write him off at all.
Well, Richie was the 5th winner of a Specials Week since they launched in February last year. Neil Duff and Robert Thornton, the winners of the 2 double troubles. Rhiannon O'Sullivan and Kirsty Vinnakainen, the winners of the 2 women's weeks. Richie Howson on Saturday. The next one is going to be double trouble 3. Now, that's going to be at the middle of this particular series. So we'll play 6 weeks of this series. And then before we break off for week 7, as you can see there, double trouble 3 will take place. We'll then play the rest of the series, have a Champions Week, and then we'll have 2 other Specials Weeks at the end of the series, so Women's Week 3. And then the first international pairs, which is getting a lot of attention. Now, go on, Keegan. Let's play some fantasy darts, shall we?
Go on.
Who would you like to see represent a nation?
I would like to see me and Rich Howson represent England. There you go.
Told you. Dart players. All about them, isn't it, right?
It is that. No, to be fair, I think... do you know who I always love? The 2 blokes that I love more than anyone in darts, Robert Thornton and Hendo.
Oh.
Not bad, is it?
You're talking now, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
I'm sure we will see them as a combination at some point for Team Scotland in the international pairs. And tickets to that will be available in due course, as too with every Saturday here at the Super Series. Me and Keegan were just continuing that conversation about who we'd like to see at that International Pairs Week. And if you do want to get in touch with us here, you can do. It's at MSS Darts on our social media feed. You can send messages direct to us in the commentary box. And if you want to be here on a Saturday night, just head over to www.dartshot.tv. That's our ticketing page. And for just £5, you can be here on any given Saturday. 50 weeks a year, every single year. For our regular weekly finals, the seemingly well-attended specials weeks, and then the big one, the Champions Nights. The next one takes place on April 26th, and from what I have heard from sources elsewhere, is tickets are beginning to go very quickly for that. So if you want to be here for a historic night here at the Super Series, you better get them quickly. And who knows the type of people you'll bump into. You could be watching legends of the game like Steve Beaton and who knows, maybe Adrian Lewis at some point this year. But you may well be seeing players that may not be a name now, but in the future will be somebody you'll be hard-pressed to get a ticket for. It was only a couple of years ago that Luke Littler was here, and you look at the class of 2024, well, there's the potential that you could be seeing Connor Scott at the World Match Play, and he was here a fair few times, made it through to a Champions Night.
I think that's the beauty of the MODUS Super Series.
35.
You know, is giving opportunities to players that are just outside the tour card rankings, and it's giving them the valued experience that they're learning their trade here and then applying it in obviously elsewhere.
You got this theory where you got players with differentiating abilities, but they have the same thing in common. It's a great experience for them, for players that, a bit like Arash Spee, coming through the ADC ranks, looking to get bona fide match practice, but then for players, for example, like Simon Whitlock, who's going to be here next week, there's a possibility to sharpen up your game whilst trying to return to the Pro Tour or play tournaments like the World Seniors Championship.
120.
Now then, Bradley. The 120 is going to go to take the opening leg, and so Stone will
80.
come back looking at 32 for the break in the opening leg. Now, how many times a day has he left a double after a dozen darts? That's a 14 to start for Gary Stone.
Yeah, I was thinking about the
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first.
International pairs.
Game on.
And automatically you think of like Team America would be like Alex Spellman and my mind's gone blank. Would you believe? Would you believe my mind has gone blank?
42.
I'll tell you what, I'll rattle off a load of American names and see if anything...
Leonard Gates.
There we go.
Leonard Gates. So it comes back to me. But then, look at Adam. There's a conversation for Adam as well.
I think there's a lot of countries that are going to find it difficult to pick two. England, I suppose, notably will come to mind. Wales could be difficult to pick. Northern Ireland, I think Duff and Copeland will probably get the call. Republic of Ireland, I think, is an easy pick. It's Heenahan and McGurk.
Could there be a case that the Isle of Wight's a sovereign state?
84.
Just for the international pairs.
I mean, you did have to use a passport, and you did have to travel overseas to get here today, so you might have a point. Although I believe passport control is a little bit looser in Portsmouth these days.
Yeah, to be fair, that's
100. Gary, you require 139.
That's always the greatest myth that I always get told is when people coming to the island, saying that Gary needs double top for 139.
119.
Yeah, I can honestly say you do not need a passport to come to the Isle of Wight.
I'm going to say something really nerdy here.
There's no GT3s either.
I was
81.
disappointed to hear that.
20.
But the Isle of Wight, once upon a time, had an international team. Gary Stone here. 14 followed by a 13. This is some start. They used to have an international football team. They used to play in a competition years ago called the Island Games. Now, the idea of it was for nations which didn't have international affiliation with FIFA or UEFA would play a mini tournament against one another. The likes of Kosovo, Gibraltar used to play in it before they got...
Faroe Islands.
Faroe Islands as well, before they got UEFA membership.
Yeah, so
92.
During my school years, not so much me, but a lot of my friends that did athletics and badminton, football, things like that, especially swimming, they competed once a year in the Island Games. So I think
98.
I think one year when we was at high school, they went to Bermuda for 2 weeks.
Have they built that new stadium on Newport? I know they were in the process of building one. I remember the old ground of Newport, Isle of Wight, and
it's weird because obviously where the ground is going to be situated on the island
43
is actually not in Newport, so it's always weird to think, oh, this is going to be Newport County, Newport IOW Football Club, and in fact that it's actually going to be in Whippenham,
42,
which is actually nearer to the ferries.
I could tell you a story. I was working at a non-league football club not too long from here in Havant, and whilst they were going over the idea of building the new stadium, they were looking to host home games at Wesley Park. I only know because I was in the meetings. fair to say that it never really came to
133.
anything.
No, nothing came, unfortunately.
Stone here, 14 and 13. And now leaving himself 138 after a dozen darts to open up a 3-0
Gary
lead and
required
get the
138.
double break of throw. He's not going to take out the 138. Better known as the Humphreys.
$58. Bradley, you require 143.
I'm surprised Keith Dad has never trademarked the 138.
Should do something like put it on his shirt or something just to remind us that he did it.
95. Gary, you require 80.
I'm sure we all respect the achievements of Keith over a long and illustrious career.
60.
Couldn't think of anybody that would disrespect
Bradley,
him.
you require 48.
To bring it back to 2-1. Double 16.
32. Gary, you require 20.
So Gary, bring the opportunity to go 3-0 up. Just come off, just off the barrel, and does so.
Edge on the third leg, Gary Stone.
Bradley Roes is having a day to forget.
Fourth leg,
He
it's
has
Gary
picked
to
up
throw
just
first.
2 legs. And three legs
Game on.
over the course of the day. And 2 of them came in this first match against Scott Taylor. And you can understand Bradley Roes wanted to walk away from the situation right now.
41.
And actually, this is one of his better performances, averaging just under 82. But the problem he's got is he's in a group where everybody else
100.
is hitting Pro Tour-like numbers. And so as a result, if you dip a bit below what's required,
97.
you're going to find yourself in a spot above. And that's exactly what's happened to Brad here.
$96.
It's just more evidence to suggest there's no easy games anymore.
I mean, look at how this level has
96.
changed in such a short space of time. I mean, I've been here for nearly 3 years now, and the evidence that players are getting better time on time, even in such a short period as
58.
that. I mean, you look at Q School, only 3 players that lost their tour card and of a possible 33 went on to retain it.
100.
If that alone doesn't show you how high the standard is, then nothing will.
140. Gary require 167.
You know, I think the first day of the second set
100.
of the UK
Bradley require
obviously tour card,
107.
Q School, sorry. You know, we've first game Merv King, Jamie Hughes.
82.
Okay.
Gary requires 67.
Little bit cheeky, Brad. But this could be game over here. Bradley expects it to go.
27.
It doesn't.
Bradley
The
requires
only is the bullseye seem to have been
25.
the only target Bradley's found with any efficiency today. So it may not be as madcap as one would suggest.
1.
But you could hear
Gary require
the
40.
sigh of frustration, and you can understand why he is seething. Because Stone here to make it 0-9 for Bradley Roes in this Group A. Cannot pin
20.
tops.
Bradley require 24.
Double 3, last chance saloon.
21. Gary required 20.
Well, Gary has, in terms of visits to double 10, been fairly efficient. And all the time, he's had to take it last start in hand, but now it's double 5 he's chasing. And
Game
double 5 he
shot and the
gets.
match,
It's
Gary
another
Stone.
4-0 win for Gary Stone. In matter of fact, over the course of the day so far, Gary Stone's won 4 and dropped just 1 leg. It's an incredible display from the Super Scot, and he didn't really have to get much out of first gear to accrue a comfortable 4-0 win against Bradley Roes, who missed 8 darts and a double over the course of the match. Next up for us, Adam Sada takes on Arash Spee. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Hello, welcome back to viewers on Pluto TV to our exclusive MODUS Super Series Darts channel. And it's been a quick fire session here on Tuesday morning in Group A. If you like your darts fast and frantic, this really is the place to be. A 4-0 win for Gary Stowe before the break against Bradley Roes, the latest match where a player struck an early lead and then gone on to dominate proceedings. Game 11 sees Adam Savada take on Arash Spee. For Adam, the first time we're going to see him on the back of a defeat. And we were talking in the break, Keegan. It's okay when things are going well and you're winning match after match, but it'd be interesting to see how Adam
First
reacts
leg,
with
it's
a
Adam to
little
throw
bit of
first.
adversity for the
Game on.
first time this week.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, because I think, to be fair to both players, there's a bit of a, from the previous match, there's a bit of a mixed emotions where Arn's probably thinking, right, I'm playing better, I'm playing more consistent, but Adam's thinking, right,
26.
I need to get back to winning again, just to, get the feeling back. So, yeah, I think it'd be quite a interesting poised match.
80.
But then it does depend if Adam starts going 12 darters for fun.
Now, because Adam's dart goes loose into the board, if it clips a wire, there's no chance they're ever going to stay in. But
95.
in fairness to him, he's been usually finding the target in the middle of the bed, so he's had no problems at all.
No, that is true.
He's last game against Gary Stowe was also the first time he averaged below the 90 mark all week long.
60.
And we're being critical of a man who averaged 87 and change. But you set the standards for yourself, and Adam has set them very high here.
97.
So once you start playing to a very high level, there's almost an expectation to keep it there, both from within himself, but also by people like us.
85. Adam, you require 164.
And I couldn't put it better myself. Adam, it hopefully just to sell it up.
60. 65. Adam, you require 104.
So first chance for a checkout goes to Adam. Look at a treble 18. So it's double 16 to go 1-0 up. And he does so.
On the first leg,
Sumptuous from Savada. It's his second ton plus checkout of the day. The 104 joins the 116 in his collection of big outs. And you would say that that leg was pretty much a professional job from Adam. Didn't have to do anything special.
81.
But when given the opportunity, he didn't pass it by.
Yeah, that was just a solid 18 darter hold of throat.
135.
You know, sometimes usually them legs give you more confidence because you've not scored your best, but then when you've had to take the finish
54.
out in one go, that gives you more confidence, I find.
$94.
And I think it's an underrated skill of a player. We've spoken about it a little bit with Scott Taylor, but having good matchcraft. We mentioned how players can play at a high level, particularly on the Pro Tour, but sometimes you don't need to continually find the big numbers. If you can find a solid enough B game, which will put you in a position to comfortably beat opponents,
99.
I think that is as good a skill to have as blowing opponents away game in, game out with a 110 average.
Yeah, 100%.
100.
What pressure can put Adam under it?
133. Adam, you require 72.
72 to break the throw. So there's 56 left. Probably looking at another 16 for tops. So there's top of the shot to go 2-0 up.
52. Arnie, you require 74.
So a well-earned opportunity there for Arne. So it's the bullseye.
49. Adam, you require 20.
And in fairness to Arne, he's given himself more opportunities than he did in games yesterday. The only irking problem for him is he hasn't been able to finish him off. And Savada finds the double 5 to lead this game 2-0.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
It's like what we were speaking about earlier about experience, where you know when you have got the schools like
128,
like the 74s left, where you expect to have one dart at a decent double. Or when I say decent double, I don't mean just a bullseye.
123. $140.
It looks like Adam's back, mean in business now.
55.
But it's also going to show that even though Adams had a little bit of a dip in level, and admittedly, it was going to be very hard to replicate the heights of yesterday.
48.
It has still come to bear that he is the best player in this group and the dominant force in this group.
Yeah, definitely.
82.
Look, it's not your fault if your game drops off a little bit and opponents cannot capitalise.
66.
Take the breaks when they come.
Like we said earlier, it's all about taking your chance at the right time.
85. Adam, you require 119.
This is 119 it. So he's looking at the 60. Just keeping it straight now.
59. Arnie, you require 156.
Outside chance for Aaron.
But the problem is the
40.
chances at things like 156
require
or
6.
checkouts where you may only get one dart, possibly at the ball at the end of the combination. There's Sada. Oh, he's got the perfect lie. Just nudging over the top, unable to do so. Double 10.
40.
And again,
Arnie, you
Arna left on
require
something where he may only get a
116.
dart of the double at the end of the combination.
He's looking at a 57. So it's double top.
96. Adam, you require 20.
Pulled that low. Sada chasing double 5. Well, Arna now has to take
No
advantage
score.
of this opportunity.
Arnie, you
Simple as
require
that.
20.
It'd be interesting to see how these darts go in for the double. Surely.
10. Adam, you require 20.
You often see that, don't you, in darts when somebody's not had a chance on the outer ring as much. And when they do get a chance,
On the third leg,
can't
Adam
take it.
Savada.
And Sada picks the pieces up to move into a 3-0
Fourth
lead.
leg, it's Arna to throw first. Game on. $47. $140. $180.
That is much more like it from Arash Spee. It's the first match of the match. In fact, Sada hasn't had a 180
$100.
since game 2 of the day. He's got a little bit dry in that particular department.
and he's definitely making up for it now.
94.
Sada will feel one good score here. And despite where Arna is, he may feel like he's in a decent position. He's got away with that.
135.
Because if he found the single there, he would have left himself on 166.
60. Adam, you require 126.
So adding out 126 for the match. So he's looking at the 57. So he's got 88. Probably looking at treble 18. So sorry, 16.
54. Arnie, you require 120.
Well, that could well be
100.
last chance to lose for Arash
Adam, you
Spee, but he has
require
left himself on a
72.
double. And Sada here may only get one dart. A double top to win the match 4-0.
52. Arnie, you require 20. Game shot on the fourth leg. Arash Spee.
Arash Spee has been given opportunities in this game, and he's finally found one. Game that conceivably could have been 2-2
Fifth
when you
leg,
consider
it's
the
Adam to
chances
throw
that he had in the
first.
previous leg.
Game on.
But Sada here serving it out for 4-1 win, which would put him on to 16 points. It mean
100.
he'd played 9-1-8.
What would Adam do for a 15 dart holder thrower?
59.
Just keep it basic. And sometimes simplicity is the best way to go about this game in a sport where you can overthink and overcomplicate matters.
60.
As Chris Mason often says in this commentary box, you're holding 15 and breaking 12 in matches, you're going to become very
98.
difficult to beat regardless of the opponent you're up against. It's a little bit like in golf, you know, when you got the par 4 and if you just keep holding par, then you're just going to keep yourself in contention.
100.
suppose to a certain extent, this is a little bit like a darting Augusta.
125.
Maybe we should hand out a gold jacket to the winners of the Champions Week like they do in the golf.
100.
I'm surprised Paul Nicholson hasn't came up with that idea yet.
Well, he's already tried to get a belt.
99. Adam, you require 141.
For the match, and if he holds in 15, he's going to have to take this out. Was looking at the ball there.
This is 104. Is he going to go for the 20s or the 18s?
40. Arnie, you require 120.
Bit of inconsistency creeping into Adam's game at the moment. So it's double top for Arn. And he does.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Arne
Well, that
Spee.
is the best spurt we've seen from Arne Spee this week. And there is just a sense that he's just
Sixth
beginning
leg.
to
It's
get
Arne
used
to
to the
throw
environment,
first.
getting used to the surroundings, and just beginning to become a little bit more competitive. He's 3-2 down, but when you consider the possibilities and the opportunities he's had, it could well be a 3-2 scoreline in the other direction.
$100. 42.
Yeah, he didn't need that big 2 there. But Adam only 42 points behind. Looking to capitalise.
43. 99. 100.
Well, Savannah here is being drawn into a contest. Arne is only a point less in the averages than Savannah here.
45.
And he's just beginning to maybe feel like he can find a way in. But he'll be disappointed with that score because it does just open up the door for the American, who can now take the throw off the Dutchman.
You know, and obviously before this throw, there was only 1 point in the averages, but
83.
there would have been no point during the day so far where we would have said these two players would have been so close to each other.
Well, it just shows that overall averages and overall numbers are just a guide. Sometimes they could be a telling indicator, but the matches aren't played on paper, they're physically played out there. And it is fair to say that Savada is finding it hard work.
56.
And actually, you know what we were
Arnie,
mentioning
require
about jet lag?
94.
In terms of he might be better as the week goes on. There's also a possibility that because he's constantly playing, it could go against him.
74.
In terms of the tiredness could creep in, and maybe
Adam,
we
you require
may well be seeing a little bit
119.
of that here. This to win it. And he's going to get a dart. Well, he should have had a dart, but the mind has whirled a blank. 62 left, and he went along for the 16s.
I think he's miscounted. I think he's got 129 left. And like we said, this is where feeling mentally fresh comes into play.
76. Check 74. Arnie, you require 20.
Well, he's still trying to work out what's happened there.
No
But
score.
despite the mathematical
Adam, you
meltdown on the
require
previous visit,
45.
Arne Spee's missed another free to take it all the way. He could have conceivably won this match with the chances he's had throughout the course of the contest. But Savada, to get the job done, is going to have 2 darts in his hand, a double 16. Arne Spee shakes his head. But he's going to get
29.
another chance.
Arnie, you
Adam
require
Savada, 3
20.
for 12 on the doubles.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Arnie Spee.
So we come to the first match of this session.
7th and final leg.
The whole
It's Adam
distance.
to throw first. Game on.
It's just the third game of the group to have gone all the way to a last leg decider.
It'd be interesting to see how Adam reacts to the miscount and how much that's going to play a part in his final leg.
100.
Big last start there. Well, there's a possibility if Arna wins this match that his 2 wins could be against the player who's cut so far adrift at the bottom and the player that was conceivably so far in front at the top. But he may not be the front runner that we expected him to be, because Jack Tweddle would actually have the opportunity to overtake Savada if Spee can win this leg, because his legs difference is better than that of the American. His legs difference potentially could overhaul that of the American, because if he loses this game, he'd be on plus 12 and Tweddle would be on plus 11. He'd have to win by 2 legs against Scott Taylor to do that because of the legs 1 demographic.
What Adam do for another big treble?
83.
You know what? Arn's got a big chance here. And he does. It's a brilliant first start.
140.
Do you know what? That takes a lot of doing, this does, from Arn, considering he's played a little bit inconsistent at the start of the day. For him to come back into it and, you know, giving the front runner a game. A good game at that.
100.
He was never going to give up, but it could have been so easy just to go through the motions in a game like this. But he has fought all the way, and he has caused Adam Savada to have some mishaps. But that is a telling slip at potentially a telling time.
$67. Arna, you
He
require
left himself on a 2 darter. Arna looking for the treble here. To have a dart at the bullseye. To win the match, and he wasn't too far away.
Adam, you require 91.
So this is the first time in the match that Arnie's average is actually overtaking Adam's average. Looking at 54, it might be going for the double 17.
34.
Arna Spee readies himself
25.
in the background.
No
But
score.
when the line approached, he shanked one.
Adam, you require 57.
Oh, what a treble 20 that was.
But now's not the time, Arna. Well, he sees the funny side of it, but it may not be laughing much longer. Because Savada, to play his get out of jail free card, is looking at tots for the win. Double 10.
37.
Doesn't go. And for Arna,
Arna,
it's
you
all about
require
making sure that
25.
first dart is plumbing the single. That's probably the most difficult dart he's going to throw in this combination. And that's why he headed down. And now finds a double 11. Arna Spee has provided a huge upset here. The man who previously just won 1 match over the course of his campaign has beaten the seemingly unassailable Adam Savada by 4 legs to 3. And when it looked like the man from Arizona was going to run away with this group, he has now got a chasing pack that will sense blood. That is how the game went statistically. Next up, Tweddle Taylor. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy
£25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw a huge shock as Arash Spee got the better of Adam Savada by 4 legs to 3. That's Arna's second win of the week, and interestingly they've come against the player at the bottom and the player at the top of the group. Now we have a meeting between the players 3rd and 4th in this Group A, but for Jack Tweddle, because of that defeat to Arnie Spee, for getting my Arnas mixed up, by Adam Savada, it means that Tweddle's got a chance to move to the top of the group on 14 points, and if he wins this game 4-2 or better, he will overtake
First leg, it's
via
Jack to throw
legs
first.
difference.
Game on.
Opportunity knocks here for Jack Tweddle, who would have thought that if he can just carry on
96.
as he was, and he has done, that surely Adam Savada cannot play as well as he did yesterday.
42.
And the case has been in point for that today.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, I think Jack's done really well today.
135.
He's not done anything special, but he's not been anything worse. He's just been middle of the road, consistently at 91, 92, 93.
140.
And he's picking up decent points. You know, it's going to take a lot of beating for anyone to beat him, averaging mid-90s.
140.
Doing all the right things, and it may well yield Jack Tweddle a bit of success.
60. Jackie require 130.
Doesn't have to go for the pull here. He's got so much time on his hands.
50.
And has felt at points today that he has absolutely dominated legs.
Yeah, definitely.
133. Jackie require 80. 32. Scott, you require 126.
So an outside chance for Scott. So he's going to look at a 19. So he's going to leave the ball.
101. Jackie require 48.
So it's 2 16s. And he
Game
does.
shot on the first leg. Jack Tweddle.
Tweddle 1 up over Scott Taylor.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
It was a convincing 17 dart holder throw.
97.
Could have been obviously 15 darter.
140.
However, he would take the breaks as they come.
60.
Been a good contest so far. Tweddle averaging in excess of 96.5. Taylor just over the 90
59.
mark. Haven't really seen Scott there much this week, which does come as a little bit of a surprise, mainly due to his real power scoring capabilities.
So another one would leave a finish.
121.
Puts a little bit of pressure on Jack to set up, but he's going the right way about things. Probably look at the 25, and he does.
105. Scott, you require 164.
Would he start at the 19s? And he does. So it's another 57. So it's the bullseye.
139.
Oh, I swear.
Jack, you require 96.
He's hit the same hole for the last 2 legs of the bullseye.
58. Scott, you
tell you what,
require
that
25.
Would have been quite the finish, and Scott Taylor's heart would have been in its mouth. Double 12. Level match.
Edge on the second leg. Scott Taylor.
If you miss against Scott Taylor, expect him to punish, and that's exactly what he's done there.
Third leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on. $93.
You know, these are the games where
96.
you could watch these play darts all day because it's just got a nice tempo to it.
You can quite literally watch these play all day on Pluto TV.
61.
24/7 dedicated darts channel. You can watch the darts to your heart's content on Pluto TV.
100.
Now, I have had 1 or 2 questions if you are watching this on playback as to how you get Pluto TV. In the United Kingdom,
140.
you can download the app, which is available via your app store on either your smart TV or smart device. It's free to download, free to watch.
98.
Just search for the Super Series Darts channel. Or if you're watching on your computer or laptop, because we know there's 1 or 2 sneaky people that are watching at work, and we're not going to
57.
snitch onto your bosses. But if you want to carry on watching whilst you're working during the day, whilst you're on a PC or Mac, Pluto.tv is the website that you need to carry on watching the Super Series. And if you're
59.
watching internationally,
Jack, you
check whether
require
Pluto TV
150.
is available. The 150 is still available. Nearly went.
135.
Taylor's already scared this today.
Scott, you require 148.
Seeing just like that, Jack could be 3-0 up.
96. Jack, you require 15. Game shot on the third leg. Jack Tweddle.
And the double 4 goes for Jack Tweddle to re-establish his lead at 2-1. Just to go back to the point I was making
Fourth
earlier, if you're
leg,
watching
it's
internationally,
Scott to
do
throw
check
first. Game on.
whether Pluto TV is available where you live. If so, you can still watch the MODUS Super Series there. But if your territory
140.
hasn't yet got Pluto TV for now, the MODUS Super Series Facebook page is the place to watch it.
60.
And we hope before too long it will be available again on YouTube. So I hope that answers a few of the questions that have been asked across
95.
social media over the last couple of days.
$60.
Should launch a new FAQs website.
140. $134. Scott, you require 126.
Is he going to go ball? Oh no. Going to 14's options.
86.
So we should be seeing. Oh, we should
96.
be seeing
Scott, you
a
require
2-2 score line after this leg. There's double 5. And he does.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Scott Taylor.
There's been points today where Scott Taylor has missed in clumps, but he finds it last start in hand there. And
Fifth
this
leg,
game
it's
is all
Jack to
square
throw
once
first.
more at
Game
2-2.
on.
Does feel like one of those contests where they are nip and tuck on throw,
50
that
serve.
nothing in terms of a player with throwing first is being denied or defied.
99.
This is a big leg for both players.
96.
Jack just needs to hold his throat. Obviously, Scott would be relishing the challenge of breaking it.
94.
It's good 2 darts there from Jack. Can he fill it up?
108.
And he does.
He
Bang on cue.
Bang on point, but he needed that as well because
79.
Scott Taylor was just beginning to make inroads on the Tweddle throw.
100.
It's a bit of a banana skin, that treble 50.
84.
But he's made
Jackie
up for it.
requires 68.
So Jack, 68. Let's go 3-2 up. So he's looking at tops. And he does.
Game shot on the fifth leg, Jack Tweddle.
The power has been with throw in this match, and the trend continues in leg 5.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
It's been a really good contest this match so far.
84. $41. $100. $108.
Bang on key for there for Jack.
That's now 2 in 2 legs. He's beginning to
140.
hit bigger. But the problem is, Taylor is defending his throw very well.
135.
So Jack's got an outside, Jack's got an outside chance here. But it looks like he's going to have a lot of pressure on this.
123. Jackie require 145.
They have to take it out, and he's not going to. And so Taylor should get 2 in hand at tops now to
130. Scott, you
leave
require 54.
us in a position where we're deadlocked. Where we go to a last leg decider.
Game shot on the
Found
sixth
last
leg,
start.
Scott Taylor.
We go all the way. Second consecutive game to see a last leg decider. Tweddle 3,
Seventh
Taylor
and
3.
final leg. It's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, both players averaging in the mid-90s so far. Jack just pipping the averages.
140.
What a cracking start for Jack.
93. $97.
Obviously, Scott's only 140 points behind.
85.
So all Jack would want to do now is just straight darts.
140.
And now that, unfortunately, the pressure definitely on Scott.
76. Jackie require 124.
62 left. That's good art sleeve.
106. Check 104.
Leaves himself on a double after 12 to win this game in a last leg decider. For Scott Taylor, he's
45.
huffed and he's puffed,
Jackie
but
requires
looks like
20.
he's ran out of steam at the last. And so Tweddle looks at double 10 and now double 5. Plenty of time on side.
15.
There is an argument perhaps that he could have either bust the score or maybe hit a single 2 to leave double 4 there.
140. Jack, you require 5.
Because there's pressure on this now. If Tweddle doesn't get Taylor's in situ, but Tweddle does get last start in hand to seal a 4-3 win against Scott Taylor. Average of around about 93.5 for the man from Swindon, doubling fairly efficient as well. 4 from 10. Well, it was a game which was dominated by the player going first, and it is Tweddle that prevails by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, it's Arash Spee against Bradley Roes. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've got one more round of fixtures to go on this Tuesday. Up to press, this is what we've seen. And before the break, it was a 4-3 win for Jack Tweddle up against Scott Taylor. And that means that Tweddle and Sada cannot be separated apart from legs 1. Have a look at that. Sada 14 plus 12, Tweddle 14 plus 12. But it is one leg in terms of legs difference, which is the difference between the pair. So let's get into game 13 of our session, and it sees Arash Spee and Bradley Roes go toe-to-toe. He's the bottom 2 players in the group. Arna won this meeting yesterday, and he's just beaten the top player in Adam Sada last time out. For Bradley, he's yet to pick up a win this week on the live lounge stage. Can his fortunes change here? But you sense that Arna, because he's found that winning touch, could just build on the momentum that he's just gained from that win against Adam Zavada last time out.
Yeah, I think obviously Brady will feel
First leg.
this is a
It's
good
Arna
opportunity
to throw first.
to win today.
Game on.
I think both players I think they'd be up for it.
It's one of those games where, because you know the other player's struggling,
6.
that can actually lead to a potential error of overthinking the scenario.
Yeah, definitely.
$60. $27. $42. $58.
Well, for Arna, if he wins this game, he moves on to 6 points. But the problem he's got is he's got a 6-point gap on Gary
81.
Stone, which could extend to 8 points if he gets the better of Jack Tweddle next time out. It feels like we're going to see these two go toe-to-toe 5 times this week, because it looks more likely than not the pair will be relegated to Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon.
$60. $81.
It's like Brady's came out of the blocks a bit quicker in this first leg. Does he stay there? He's looking at 57.
42. Bradley requires
Sometimes you could just get to a
97.
point where you physically have had enough, and so sometimes you throw with a little bit more venom, and sometimes that could be just what gives you an extra little bit of joy.
Yeah, definitely.
41. Arna, you require 154.
That's another one. So 78 left.
94. Bradley, you require 56.
So Brady looking at big 16 now for double top to break the throw. 2 10s.
36. Arna, you require 6.
Dublin has been his real Achilles heel. Arna looking at tops now. He has had to have opportunities to pick legs apart, particularly in the game against Adam Zavada.
Game shot on the
But he
first
only needs
leg.
2
Arna
there
Spee.
to take out the opening leg, and if he can win this game, he would have won each of his last 2 matches of the day, and he'll
Second
go
leg,
into
it's
Wednesday
Bradley to throw first.
feeling much better about
Game on.
himself.
$98.
Yeah, with Arna, I think he's throwing with a bit more confidence now.
140.
He's got that momentum going.
$96.
Whereas Bradley looks like at the end of this, he could do it 5 minutes in one of those plate smashing rooms. I don't know whether you've seen any of that on social media.
41.
Isn't there a Greek restaurant nearby?
John Michael's nowhere to be seen. But there's actually places that you can go in and you can just smash things, and you can just let all your vengeance and all your anger out. You can throw balls at a wall, and
44.
you can just throw things to the floor. And I'm sure Bradley would just like to, for 5 minutes, just let all that anger out, because I can imagine the day he's had, that is probably all festering in the back of his mind.
140.
There was a suggestion many moons ago to the PDPA that they should
58.
provide like a padded environment for 5 minutes after the match, so players can take their anger out on and frustration, and then
100.
Definitely some that need it more than others. Not naming any names.
65. Arnie, you require 80.
Trust me, I did an interview with Owen Binks earlier and I could have done with one of them rooms right then.
So it's double top.
Gets on a second leg on a Spee.
Yeah, I think Bradley, he definitely wears his heart on his
Third leg,
sleeve.
it's Arna to throw first. Game on.
You know, for me, this is probably the first time I've seen him play properly, and it's maybe too much emotion.
He's just not got going. That's the
85.
big problem as well. He's a player that knows the high ceiling that he's got, and it's just felt like when he's been hit with big punches, he just hasn't been able to get himself back up off the
57.
canvas. And because he's been hit time and time and time again, he just looks like a man zapped of all enthusiasm, and you can hardly blame him for it.
100.
Yeah, there's nothing worse when you are trying your hardest and it's just not clicking for some reason.
80.
But to be fair to Arn, he's just coming in doing a professional job.
Perfectly put. Just doing what he needs to
100.
do. It's not been mesmeric, average around 80, but it's just been more than enough.
And to be fair, all that matters is having the most legs in the column.
140.
Yeah, I think that was a bit naughty there. You know, some might say he's trying to get himself going, but
81.
you know, to literally throw a dart off the board there nearly, it's I find it a bit disrespectful.
93. Arna, you require 135.
What it's also done is it didn't allow an opportunity at a double or an opportunity at finish where 60 would. But Arna, 6 from here.
60.
He's used up the first 3 and
Bradley
he's left
require
himself on a 2-darter.
131. $37. Arna, you require 75.
So he's looking at big 18. So it's double top to go 3-0 up.
35. Bradley, you require 94.
Well, Bradley given an opportunity here. And you sense it's a chance he's going to have to take. He went double-double after the
23.
first dart
Arna,
missed.
you
And so
require
Arna
40.
tops for 3-0.
2 10s. Off the barrel.
30. Bradley, you require 71.
So it's double 11 left.
$60. Arna, you require 10.
So double 10 to move 3-0 up. Double 2. And he does.
Gets on a third leg on a Spee.
Well, he is just in full control of this match. He hasn't had to play anywhere near his best, but he's
Fourth leg, it's Bradley to the
got
reverse.
himself a
Game on.
3-0 lead in the match regardless.
6.
For Bradley, his disastrous week here looks set to continue.
100. $140. $93. $100.
Well, since picking up a couple of legs against Scott Taylor, he's been pretty much legless today.
98.
Here's Bradley Roos, just 3 for the day, all told. In fact, he's won just 8 legs all week so far.
41. $125. Bradley, you require 160.
You would have think that this 160 could have gone Well,
6.
needs to go just
Only
to stay in the
require
match.
85.
But I know 85 to wrap up the victory, so it'd be looking at 20 for the ball. Oh.
Arash Spee has just told Bradley
69.
Roes, you ain't taking this out, pal.
Bradley, you require 100.
Go on, Bradley, take 2 bullseyes out.
Don't, because that's probably what he's going to go for.
It's double 19.
62.
Well, Anna's gamble paid off.
Anna, you require
And now he's
16.
back with 3 double 8 to round off a comprehensive 4-0 win, and he
shot
only
and
needs
the
the one
match,
dart to do
Arash
it.
Spee.
Arash Spee beats Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 0. That's 2 wins in his last 2 games for the Dutchman, and he beats his compatriot to 0. This is the turn of the tape from that match. Nothing to write home about, but Arash Spee will be happy with the points. Next up, Gary Stone against Jack Tweddle. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Arash Spee got the better of Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 0. 2 more games to go on this Tuesday morning session. Gary Stone and Jack Tweddle go toe-to-toe in this one. The winner of this game will have pretty much close to a perfect day. It'll be 4 wins from 5 for Jack Tweddle. And if Gary Stone can win this match, he would have completed the
leg,
card on
it's
day
Gary to
2.
throw
And
first.
if Tweddle can win this match, he
Game
will
on.
temporarily go top. Well, in fact, the winner of this game will go to the top of the table prior to Adam Savada's game against Scott Taylor. Suddenly, what looked like a seeming formality and a full goal conclusion that Savada was just going to waltz clear with this Group A may well turn out to be a 3-horse race, and potentially, depending on what Scott Taylor does, there could be 3 players tied on 14 and Scott Taylor back on 12.
Wow.
100.
We would not have said that at the start of the play, would we? Now, I think it's testament to all the players this morning. You know, to be fair, Adam's played well still. He's just had he's had one ropey game, and the other game, let's be honest, Gary played very, very well. And, you know, let's not take no credit away from him, but, you know, like we alluded to earlier, at this current moment in time, you've got 4 standout players, and they all want the same thing. So is there any surprise that they could be all near on tied with each other? No, not in my eyes.
Well, the numbers are met a little bit more in the middle today. I haven't done a running tally of what everybody's average over the course of day 2, but it feels like it's a little bit closer together than perhaps some of the numbers on day 1 would suggest. I feel like the field is just reaching a little bit more of an equal kilter today.
Yeah, it feels to me a bit like the Grand National, doesn't it? They've done the first lap, and they're just coming back round, and their pack's now slowly coming up to the top.
41.
I suppose you could say we're heading towards the chair and Peaches Brook as far as this group is concerned. The difficult hurdles during the middle of the course. Cheltenham's not too far away, only, 2 months away? Less than that now?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, another slight stoppage in play. The computer's just decided to say no, hasn't it, on this Tuesday? And sometimes when technology goes wrong, you don't see when it goes right 99.99% of the time. It usually glares when something goes a bit awry. And you know that Sod's law is, once it happens once, it's going to happen again.
$58. Jackie requires 68.
It's a good opportunity for Jack in this first leg to break through. So he's looking at 210s, and he does.
On the first leg, Jack Tweddle.
Well, Gary Stone did not get going at all in that first leg. And so Jack Tweddle had easy passage towards a breaker throw, which he needed at some point if he was to go on and win this game. But he won't be happy with that beginning to leg 2, but he has recovered things of his last dart.
$121.
I'm very surprised there, Gary staying out there. You know, to me, I thought one of them darts looked like they were about to come out the board.
96. $57. $125. 60.
So Jacket looking at 90.
145.
Or even 65. This has been a really outstanding leg by Jacket.
140. Jackie requires 65.
So Jack looking at 65. Looking at the 13. There's double top.
25. Gary, you require 123.
Is it as easy as 1, 2, 3 for Gary Stone? He's hardly made an imprint in this particular match. And he's not going to find a big tub push check out here. And so Tweddle, to confirm the breaker throw, looking at Tots for a 2-0 lead.
2 10s. 2 5s.
Game shot on the second leg, Jack Tweddle.
So Jack Tweddle 2-0 in front in this 14th game of 15 that we're watching here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on the dedicated MODUS Super Series channel on Pluto TV. Reminder, after the darts is finished, you can watch a wide range of our documentary series, our exclusive on the Hockey series, as well as classic matches from the live lounge, as well as reruns of current sessions. Plenty coming up on the MODUS Super Series channel on Pluto TV. Gary Stone to get us underway in this third leg of this particular contest. Trailing by 2-0 here against Jack Tweddle, who, if he wins this game, will move top of the table ahead of Adam Savada's match
Third
with
leg, it's Gary to throw
Taylor
first.
in the
Game
final
on.
game of the afternoon session. Stone gets us underway after a brief stoppage. Kicks off with a ton. $100. $180.
I always say full credit to both players here. There's nothing worse as a dart. Nothing
42.
worse as a dart player when the rhythm gets stopped for any reason, and for both players to come out, especially Gary.
100. $59. Gary, you require 121. $81.
Looking for treble 7 there to leave himself tops, but he eventually gets there after 12.
So what pressure can Jack put him under?
108.
Fair bit.
Gary, you require 40.
2 5s.
35. Jack, you require 120.
It's double top to snatch it.
100.
But it looked like
Gary,
he
you
snatched
require
that.
5.
So Gary Stone here, double 2 to half the arrears. The Madhouse. This is very awkward because his first dart is in the middle of the
3.
single one bed. Either
Jackie
side, he
required
had a
20.
blockade in the way.
So there's 2 10s for Jack. 2 5s.
16. Gary, you require 2.
That's why if you're gonna bust the score, make sure you go for a target. You're gonna hit it.
Game shot on the third leg. Gary Stone.
But Gary Stone hits that. And he gets back into this match at 2-1. But Tweddle, who got the break in the opening leg, now
Fourth
looking
leg,
to
it's Jack to throw
rubber
first.
stamp
Game on.
his authority on the game and re-establish his 2-leg lead here in leg 4 of the
97.
contest.
$60. $97. $100.
I think the standard of the darts in this session has been great by all players.
119. $60.
But this is the chance where Tweddle really can open up a sizable gap and put Gary Stone under it.
58.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Jack should have at least 3 more darts than Gary at the finishing in this leg.
$60.
So it'd be interesting to see what Jack does it. Does
Jackie
he
require
remains at the
130.
20s, or would he remain, or would he go for the 19s? So it's 20s. It is
98.
Well, he played that Renair with caution and it worked out well for him. Stone all the way behind.
99.
Can only leave
Jackie
himself a
require
1-2-2. So
32.
Tweddle here, who 2 from 8 on his doubles.
Game shot on
Make
the
that
fourth
3 for
leg.
9,
Jack Tweddle.
33%, and 3-1 to the man from Swindon. And they're going
Fifth
now
leg.
from
It's Gary to throw first.
going top
Game on.
of the group.
So Gary looking for the max as he does.
108. He.
Jack looking all for the max as well, and does.
108. He.
Well, sadly from nowhere, a glimpse of brilliance.
100.
Now then, Jack.
99.
You had to say something, didn't you? You had to say something.
The dart I said it on was the one he hit the treble in.
99.
We all know the rules. You don't say anything until dart number 8.
44. Gary, you require 122.
What do we say here?
82.
We're saying that Stone leads tops after 12 to put it back to within 1.
96. Gary, you require 40.
2 10s. Can he get it in?
20. Jack, you require 82.
It's now a big opportunity for Jack to take the match. So 17 for double top.
62. Gary, you require 20.
And that would have been some way to have rounded off his day. Gary Stone coming back for 2 10s and now 2 5s. Finds
on the
and back
fifth
we
leg,
go to
Gary
3
Stone.
2.
He's not very impressed in this
Sixth
match, is
leg.
he?
It's Jack to throw first. Game on.
He's played well below what we've seen from him all day. He's made a real improvement from
140.
day 1 to day 2, but it's just felt like Gary's ran out of gas as we've got towards the end of the day. The long
140.
nature of the days here at the Super Series can take its toll. Because you're forever on the go.
119.
Even if you have a gap in the day, you're forever at the practice room and you're forever just keeping yourself ticking over.
57.
That's not a disaster for Gary, because he can still leave a.
108.
He could leave something handy on throw 4.
But the disaster could be that Tweddle has found his best leg
134.
on throw, leaving 62 after
Jackie
9.
requires 62.
This for the match. This for 4-2. And this to go top of the group. Double 16
30.
does not go.
Gary, you require 170.
Stone unable to take out the big fish, and so Tweddle
59.
will get 3 more in
Jackie
his hand
require
at
32.
32 to complete a 4-2 win.
Game
And
shot
complete
and
a
the match.
4-2 win he
Jack
will
Tweddle.
with a 14 darter in what turned out to be the last leg of the match. Jack Tweddle moves to the top of the group, 16 points to his name, courtesy of a 4-2 win over Gary Stone. Coming up after the break, Scott Taylor takes on Adam Sada. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D! Darius Labanowski!
what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy.
£25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where, as things stand, Jack Tweddle has moved to the top of the group. 4 wins from 5 on the second day means that he's top ahead of Adam Savada's game against Scott Taylor in a few moments' time. And I'm happy to say that Jack joins us now in the studio. Jack, many congratulations. It felt like you played at the same consistent level as Monday, but it felt like you got a lot more joy out there today.
Yeah, I mean, the results were pretty much the same. 4 wins out of 5, 4 same wins out of 5, beat the same people. Going into today, I thought I was deservedly second. I didn't think I did quite enough to be first. Adam obviously played really well yesterday, but was hoping to make a bit of inroads into it today. But
when you're in a situation such as when Adam was playing as well as he did yesterday, you just thinking, right, if I just carry on playing like I'm playing, there should be hopefully a little bit of a drop-off and I'm able to take that opportunity.
yeah, it was a little bit like that. And also, I've just played consistent the last 2 days. Obviously, I know I've got a higher ceiling than what I've shown so far in the last couple of days. I've played better here before. So I know it can come. I was just hoping it would come today against him first game. Didn't quite work out, a few missed doubles, but that's the way it goes sometimes.
It feels like it clicks whenever you're in this building. What is it about the Super Series that brings some of the best of your game out?
It's just the conditions. The conditions are really, really good. The throw is perfect up there. There's nothing else like it around. But I feel like I've been playing consistently well for the last few weeks. Q score was about a 90 average. Challenge Tour, I think I've ran at a 90 average. It just didn't quite pan out.
What's your goals and your targets for the 2025 season?
I would like to win one here. Would be get into the Champions Week would be great, or at least get close again like I did against Andy previously. I'm 45th, I think, in the table in a Challenge Tour at the minute, which is lower than I think I probably should be considering how well I played. But again, that's the way it goes with the draw and everything. So just try and move up the rankings. So
is this now all about taking the next steps? Last year was a good foundation. It's just kind of building on that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've only been playing darts again for about 14 months. So last year was just me seeing whether or not I enjoyed the game again. And now this year is about like just trying to push forward a bit.
Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen in this game between Adam and Scott, but you must feel like regardless of the outcome, you're in a very good place to attack tomorrow.
Yeah, I feel good about the fact that it's in my own hands. I don't like having to wait on other people's results. So regardless of this, if Adam were to win, we'd go level. So all I need to do is win all my games tomorrow. So it's as simple as that, really.
And if it doesn't quite work out tomorrow, you just happy still to play on the 5 days?
Yeah, 100%. That's what it's there for. And like the opportunity's there still to get through to finals night. I did it on Thursday, Friday last time. So if it happens like that again, it happens like that again.
Jack, many congratulations. Another good day today. We shall see you tomorrow. One more match to go for us. Scott Taylor against Adam Savada. I'm going to make the move to the commentary box to join Keegan Brown. Keegs.
Thank you, Henry. So, yeah, last game of the session, and it was see Scott against Adam. So this should be a very good contest where Scott probably wants to get the last couple points on the board. But for Adam as well, I think Adam wants a win just to get the confidence back going. And I think we're going to be treated to a very good game of darts here. So players just finishing their practice darts.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think there's
55.
big consequences for both players in this match to try to get the win. I think for obviously Adam, he would like to go, I think obviously top with leg difference to remain top at the leaderboard. But obviously for Scott, he wants to be on the same points as Gary.
You feel like for the first time this week, a game is bigger for Adam Savada than it is an opponent
58.
because the big lead he's had has not just been riddled away, he's no longer top of the group. And as we know, Scott Taylor is a very difficult customer. He's one of the most consistent players we have here at the Super Series. And so if Savada shows any of the inconsistencies which has plagued his last couple of games, then Scott Taylor's the type of player that can punish that to the hilt.
I think with Adam, he just wants
140.
Probably just wants a nice, steady leg to get back into the swing of things.
99.
Sometimes all you want is just a nice little confidence boost.
83.
That's all it is. That's all it is. But Scott now probably got other ideas.
100. Adam, you require 118.
So Adam got the first chance. The cherry remained in there. Looking at the 18s to leave. And he does so. He leaves 24.
Scott, you require 130.
So Scott needs a treble 28. So it's 90 left. You can see disappointed. Very unlucky for that second dart not to go in.
58. Adam, you require 24.
So double 12 for Savada to get the break in the opening leg. One left at double 6, and if it doesn't go, Taylor
12.
is back in with an opportunity
Scott, you require 72.
to hold on to his throw. An unlikely chance, but a chance nonetheless. One dart at double
52.
top, one dart missed.
Adam, you require 12.
Well, missed doubles have plagued this opening leg. Savada looking to win it on double 6 to get the break.
6.
Doesn't go. It feels like
Scott, you
a
require
slumberous
20.
game at the end of a tiring and challenging day for the pair.
Game shot on the first leg. Scott
Taylor
Taylor
takes out the opening leg eventually. 22 darts, but the man from Bolton leads the man from
second leg. It's Adam
Arizona
to
by a leg to
first.
0.
Game on.
Oh wow, he says. He can't believe he's played so poor in that leg, yet won it.
Adam's played so consistently well
85.
over the last 2 sessions, and he's probably thinking what's gone wrong in the last couple of matches.
98.
And it has been a real dramatic drop-off as well. From the mesmeric kites to pretty much playing in excess of 90 game in, game out, he is beginning to trend quite dramatically
100.
in the wrong direction here.
137. $100.
Scott here, open to either finish.
83. $100. 97. Adam, you require 116.
Bit of a happy accident leaving 86 there, but Adam's got a chance on the 116, so he needs another single 19. Oh, so there's 21 left.
Would have been the third time he's taken out in the space of 2 days, but
Scott, you require 86.
he has let himself double 8 if Taylor cannot take this chance, and it may just be a dart to the pool. Bonus, double 7.
72.
And an 8 for the final, so Savada
Adam, you
to
require 16.
square this game up at 1 apiece is looking at double 8.
Game
No
shot on the
mistake,
second
middle of the
leg.
bed.
Adam Savada.
And a level game we have at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. 81. $100. 58.
Sada's got a good chance here to make an indent into Scott's throat.
94.
Who can force the issue in this
100.
third leg? That ton by Taylor just keeps us on the periphery, but you feel like Savada's taken the darts off the man from Bolton, particularly if he could squeeze another one in here.
He's going the right way about things in this leg.
99.
Move over to the 18s
56.
because trouble there after that dart would leave himself on a finish. But Savada has taken the throw. He's got 6 and 208 to establish a 2-1 lead in this match, and he'd be halfway towards normal order being restored in this group because he would have a 2-point lead overnight going into tomorrow's play.
Scott now trying to make himself look handy.
140.
And he has done
108.
So Adam at 108. So he'd be looking at another one. So he'd be looking at 86. He'd be looking at treble 18.
40. Scott, you require 66.
Double 14 leaves his
Game's
favourite
on
double
the third
12.
leg, Scott Taylor.
Taylor looking to go full Colin Lloyd and wanted to punch the board in frustration, but he's punched his
Fourth leg,
ticket
it's
to a
Adam to throw first.
2-1 lead against Adam
Game on.
Savada. Hot under the collar.
It's a brilliant first start there from Adam.
100.
It's one of those players that if he can
96.
channel his frustration correctly, he could be a real force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's what we can say for a lot of the players in this group, where
60.
they don't make very good poker players.
Not as bad as Richie Burnett last week, Mike.
84.
To be fair, Richie's a different kettle of fish altogether.
Well, all the players have left his speaker alone this week. He actually got annoyed that it's been moved since the last time he was here.
58. $60.
Yeah, I think both players have, I don't want to say hit a brick wall in this match, but yeah, they're losing the scoring power just a little bit.
Just feeling a little bit lethargic, isn't it?
85. $100.
So adding out 198. I'm going to try to make it a bit more handy. It's a brilliant second dart, sorry.
100. Scott, you require 161.
So it's 85 left. Might stay there. He's got a good marker.
101. Adam, you require 98.
So Savada looking at 98 to square this game up at 2 apiece.
Just be a big 20 to leave tops.
58. Scott, you require 60.
And Scott now, we've got 60.
50. Adam,
And
you
it could
require
be
40.
staring down the barrel here. Savada, double top.
Game shot on the
Level
fourth
game,
leg.
2-2.
Adam Savada.
Nothing to separate this pair in the final match of the
Fifth leg,
day.
it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
We started off this match as a best of 7. It's now now a
97.
best of 3 match.
Game which I'm sure is being enjoyed around the world, whether you're watching in Harrogate or Hobart.
140.
I'm sure you're all enjoying the action.
92. $100.
That's a good start. And this leg from Adam.
140.
Needs to squeeze one between them two.
Six.
Unable to do so. So Taylor here, 6 starts to 172. Probably should have been 3-1 up in this match, but that 140 there leaves himself on double 16 after 12 darts to re-establish his lead in the contest once again.
You'd be using the 25 option.
90. Scott, you require 32.
Double 16,
Shot on the fifth leg,
30 for Scott Taylor, who leads this game by 3 legs to 2. Spark of brilliance from the
Sixth
man
leg,
from
it's
Bolton.
Adam to
And Adam
throw
Savada
first.
here, who
Game on.
had a perfect first day as in a darting nirvana yesterday, but Sada could be left in the desert and left in the wilderness here if he loses this match. When he swapped the 40-degree heat
58.
of Arizona for the cold climes of Portsmouth, but he'll definitely be feeling the heat now.
99.
Yeah, I think as this match has gone on longer, you would have to say that the momentum's definitely with Scott at the moment.
85. 41. 97. 60.
So Sada to take us all the way to a last leg decider. 261, and he's putting some huge inroads into it.
100.
He's disappointed it's only a ton there.
Yeah. It's a perfect marker there.
140.
It's good pressure.
Adam, you require
applied for Scott.
161.
So 161, first proper drop it. He's got 81 left, looking down the bottom of the board.
87. Scott, you require 161. 45. Adam, you
So
require
this to
74.
take us all the way. Sada looking at 74. He's going to get a dart.
So it was top shot for Adam, and he gets
Game
it.
shot on the sixth leg. Adam Savard.
Nestled it nicely into the tops, and the last game of the day goes the distance.
Seventh and final leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on. 45.
'So the last leg of the day.
125.
Been a dramatic day at times.
A bit of a seesaw day. Some things we didn't expect, to say the least. Others we did.
140.
But is Sada beginning to make a move? He hasn't been playing great in this game, but he's trying to force the issue. But Taylor comes right back at him.
100.
Well, Taylor hoping to be verging onto a win here.
100. Adam, you require
116 plays 136. Sada first poke.
Looking to make this handy. Hoping to leave tops after this throw. So another treble 19 will leave tops.
58. Scott, you require 116.
Desperately unlucky. Is Taylor going to get a match start here? Yes, he is. Double top. 4-3 Taylor.
And the match.
And it means
Scott
that Jack
Taylor.
Tweddle is going to be top of the group going into Wednesday's play. For Adam Sada, a perfect first day has been complemented with a day two which didn't quite go to plan. Scott Taylor's also put himself within the mix of Group B. Taylor 4, Sada 3. Analysis coming up next. Well, that's how you can be here on a Saturday night at the Super Series, but we're none the wiser as to who's going to be there through Group A after Tuesday's action. We thought when Adam Savada won his first 2 games 4-1 and 4-0 that he was just going to coast with proceedings, but he's lost his last 3. And Jack Tweddle, another day where he's won 4 from 5, has put himself top of the group going into the final day's play. He has a 2-point lead over Savada. Stone and Taylor with 12. There could be a very interesting race for Group B qualification tomorrow as well. Arash Spee had an improved day, a couple of wins for him. Roes at the bottom of the table, still yet to pick up a win. Keegan is still with me here in the studio. Let's begin by talking about Jack Tweddle, the most consistent performer over the course of this Group A. So perhaps deservedly, he's top of the table going into Wednesday.
Yeah, definitely. He didn't play bad today at all, did he? Let's be honest. And like we said earlier, he took his chances at all the right times. And, as we see here in this clip, he got over the line against Scott, and who's to say if he lost that, it could have been a different outcome.
Going into tomorrow, it was interesting to listen to him in his interview that he just takes everything very level-headed. He's an ambitious player, you can tell that. But there's a feeling that he knows what realism is and where the ambition is as well. Yeah,
definitely. And I think to hear that from another dart player is quite refreshing. And, I think sometimes we all get wrapped up in a bit of a delusional world. But I think with Jack, he's definitely got his feet on the ground.
So Jack Tweddle, the player at the top of the group. Gary Stone, actually, out of anyone, probably you look at the numbers and you break it down, probably had the best day of anyone.
Yeah, definitely. And to be fair, we said earlier, it was all about the momentum. And I felt like Gary had the momentum coming in, from his first win match this afternoon. When he took the 157, he didn't need to, but it was just confidence. And then he waited a bit longer against Jack, and then that's when things came off again.
It felt like he had a bee in his bonnet when he played Adam Savada. He got hit with a 110 average yesterday, and it felt like he was going to do everything in his power to win that match.
Yeah, definitely. And, as we see here, he put Adam under pressure, and he was the first one to put Adam under pressure. So, all credit to him.
Not just did he win, but as you can see there, won that game 4-0. And that was kind of the beginning of the downfall, really, wasn't it, for Adam Savada? Because prior to that game, he was 7 from 7. We were talking about, can he run through the card on all 3 days? Is he going to be beaten at all in this Group A? But something changed towards the end of the day, and that would be concerning for Adam.
Yeah, to be fair, like we said, like he alluded to earlier, not had the best of jet lag experience just yet. He might have just hit a brick wall. He might just need a good night's rest, and all of a sudden it's a new playing day tomorrow.
This is probably the one that hurts, isn't it? The one to Arash Spee, because this is nothing against Arna, but Adam played well below par there.
Yeah, 100%. And, we can't argue with the figures there, but at the end of the day, you can only play what's in front of you.
What about Scott Taylor and the day he's had today?
Up and down. I found he's had a bit of an up and down, and, it started off good, it went off it in a little bit more, and then all of a sudden, especially in the last match, like we said, that 88 on the ball, that was a confidence, because you thought if it went 2-2, could have been a different game.
So that is how today has gone. What do you expect going into tomorrow? Because it's interesting, because we thought Adam would run away with it. He's hit a bit of a stall. Jack has capitalised, but there's also the likes of Gary Stone that are still in and amongst proceedings. And there's a possibility that if the first couple of rounds see some sea changes, that we could have a group that's right open for interpretation.
Yeah, definitely. I think all 4 players, no disrespectful to to the bottom 2, but I think the 4 players in the group, they're all going to go for it. They're all going to go all guns blazing, and I think within the first 2 or 3 rounds tomorrow, you will see the 2 front runners for the group.
Is there anybody that you're siding with at this present moment in time, or because of the way the group has gone and because of the twists and turns, is it just a little bit too difficult to call?
Yeah, it's too hard to call. Who would have thought? We were talking earlier that Adam wouldn't be top of the group, but he isn't now. So that's how much things have changed. And to be fair, any of them 4 players can top it tomorrow.
Keegan, thank you very much. Really enjoyed your company today. We'll do it again sometime soon for sure. Before we leave you, just have a quick check on the table and how the land lies going into Wednesday's play. Jack Tweddle, top of the table. He has a 2-point lead over Adam Savada at the top of the group. It looks like it's going to be a very interesting race to see who is going to grab the 2 spots in Group B. Savada has an advantage there, but Stone and Taylor could be going all the way to the line in that particular race. Arash Spee and Roes will probably accept that their fate now is going to be in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. Right, that is it as far as our coverage here on Pluto TV is concerned. But the darts never stops here on the dedicated MODUS Super Series darts channel. Coming up next, a Premier League conversation with Chris Murphy and Matthew Edgar. And then coming up at 2:30, and I'm surprised they've managed to put this on before the watershed, the best of Richie Burnett. I'm sure that that's going to provide one or two laughs along the way. Now, we're going to be back tomorrow from 9:30 here on Pluto TV to see how Group A is going to culminate. Jack Tweddle, as you saw there, is top of the table going into the double session days that we'll see on Thursday and Friday, kicking off at 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. respectively. But as far as today is concerned, well, Sada slipped up and Tweddle picked up the pieces. It's a man from Swindon that is at the summit of the table going into Wednesday. From all of us here, thank you for watching. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison! And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
We go back to the announcement. We said we've got to see the consistency and the ability to compete at the latter end of the tournament.
Is that in a way a step backwards?
No. If they're not good enough, if they're not to the level of the other players, why should they go in?
Who are you expecting to win it, and what can you expect from this season?
I'm going to make a bold call here.
Well, the Premier League darts lineup has been announced. Of course, the top 4 in the world: Luke Humphries, Luke Littler, Michael Van Gerwen and Rob Cross were automatic picks for that. They've been joined by Stephen Bunting, Chris Dobie, Gerwin Price and Nathan Aspinall. Getting a reaction to that lineup is Prime Time himself, Matthew Edgar. Matthew, first thoughts on the lineup?
I think Matt Porter summed it up better than anyone else ever will, and that's you're never going to please everybody. There's going to be some disappointed people, and I think that was the case. I think quite a few people thought they had a genuine case for it, and with that, you're going to then try and pick holes with the lineup of people you think have taken those spaces. And it's caused a lot of discussion on social media, which again, Matt Porter did say is kind of a good thing as long as people are talking about it and there's some real big discussion points to look through with that lineup.
Yeah, let's start with the players that are in it, and we'll do the easy bit first. The top 4, they're always going to be in it. Do you think there are any players in that top 4 that might not have been in it had they not been in the top 4?
No, I think Rob Cross is probably the one that brings the most conversation. Would Rob Cross have dropped out, which there was a lot of possibility at the back end of the World Championship. Just one result going against him would have seen him drop out of that top 4 position. But I do think he would have been in it when you look at the lineup, because I don't think there was enough solid cases to go forward. Yes, we look at the Premier League lineup and you go, well, actually, there's probably about 15 players in the discussion for it, but how many of them made a genuine case because they was actually in the top 8, and how many was in that discussion because maybe there was just so much spread last year that there was more opportunity for someone who maybe didn't quite hit normal sort of Premier League elitism heights.
Another sort of interesting quirk of this lineup is that the world number 1 and 2 are actually amongst the least experienced in the Premier League. The winner last year, the world champions of the last 2 years, because there's no debutants this time around.
No, and I think that's probably one of the real interesting factors, the lack of debutants as well, because I look at the Premier League, and certainly when you're looking at the selection criteria, I think, what does a person represent? And for me, that was where I sort of put so many different predictions out for what I thought the Premier League lineup was going to be. And that is purely down to, well, if you put Mike Didek